Hi, I'm Eileen Roche, founder of Designs and Machine Embroidery, and welcome to Dime Demo Day. Wow, we are really pumped up to have you join us today. We have a lot planned for you. We have special guests that are going to join us, and we're going to demo products, everything from everybody's favorite monster hoops to software to hoop guards and placement tools, and we'll talk about thread and stabilizer, everything that's in your embroidery studio. But I know many people are really anxious to see the December dime door, and we are saving that for the end. So let's go ahead and show you where we've been. Some of you are new, I know. So in January, we started every month releasing a free design that fits a 6 by 10 inch hoop. And we started January, February, March, April, and then May, June, July, and August. And then up to September, October, and November was our latest. Today, towards the end of the broadcast, we will reveal the December door, and it's a beauty. I just love it. It's not, well, I don't know if it's my favorite. It's right up there with July, which was absolutely my favorite. And so many of you chiming in from all over. It's really great to see you here. Teresa Stagliano from Jersey. Hi, Jersey girl. Love to see the Jersey girls join us. And another Eileen who spells it the same way as me. I don't see that very often. Welcome to all of you. I hope you had a beautiful Thanksgiving weekend. I hope that it was a safe holiday for you and that you are going into this week kind of rest and, revived and maybe not worried about being exposed to COVID. But if you are, we'll keep you in our prayers, right? And hopefully we're all get through this together. We are in it together. And hasn't it been amazing how we've been able to connect virtually during this year? Just when we thought we would never be able to gather again, we found ways to do that virtually. And it's really been a blessing for all of us, I think. So without further ado, I have a special guest who's going to join me, and she's coming to you from Puerto Rico. So let's take a look at what she's going to be talking about, and then we will welcome Ashley Jones. Hello, Ashley.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm doing really well. Well, we got a big crowd here that's so anxious to see you. And I just want to tell them right up front, she's a little dark today, but we're going to be able to see her, and we're going to be able to see all of her beautiful techniques and tips that she's going to share. She is having some lighting issues, but it's okay, right?
Yes.
So how have you been, Ashley?
I've been doing good, very busy, but good to be here. So the holidays are in full swing. So it's nice to do this, to have all of our items out there for everybody to see for Cyber Monday. So.
Wow, we have, some of our good friends like Judy Warren from Hawaii says aloha, and she says she loves my earrings. Thank you so much. I know, I love the embroidered earrings for sure. And later on in today's program, we're going to be talking about embroidered jewelry. And I know I've seen on Facebook some people have had some questions and so forth, so we're going to try to answer all of those later today. And Diana G says that during this time it has brought her back to quilting and embroidery after the birth of her second grandson. A blessing during this crazy time, for sure. Congratulations on that, Diana. Yeah, absolutely. And then, a shout out from Judy Quilt. She says the OML Embroidery University gang and Dime fans have become friends and helped her keep her sanity during this self-isolation. So, yeah, anyway. So what are you going to start with today, Ashley?
So I was going to start with showing the Embroidery Tool Shed. It's our free embroidery software. So I wanted to show everyone all the different things that you could do with this very powerful free software.
Awesome. And they get the free software on our website. And so this is, well, I'm just going to let you show it because, you know, I can talk all about its features, but it's so much more powerful when you show it. So take it away, Ashley.
Okay, sounds good. So, okay, guys, so I am inside my Embroidery Tool Shed software. So, like Eileen said, this is a free download, and this is a great tool to have on hand. You can open any embroidery design in this software. So, to open a design, you can look here in your library, or you can do a file open. And when you do an open, you just go to the location of your embroidery design. So mine are stored, I'm on a PC, so they're on my C drive under my Dime Designs and under my Designs folder. So locate the design, and then you can open any of these designs. When I select one, I can see the little image down here of what that design is. So I can open that design. Now, Embroidery Tool Shed reads all formats for all embroidery designs, so you can open for any machine brand. Now, the first thing I want to do is turn it onto the realistic view so you can see a little better what's going on. But you can also merge designs with Embroidery Tool Shed. You can open another design, which will open a new page, or you can merge a design or choose it from your library of designs here. So I can bring that onto my screen and have two designs together. So now that I've got my two designs, and I accidentally moved that part, so I'm actually going to do my undo, which I love that I can undo unlimited times on this software. So it'll put that back in place. Now, in this free embroidery tool shed, I can do so many things. I can copy and paste designs. I can resize. I can rotate. So I'm going to start by doing a copy and paste. And we can see how we've then got that second copy. Now you can resize these designs. In this case, if you've got multiple butterflies, maybe you want to resize some smaller, some larger. It does recalculate the stitches, so you can see exactly what it's going to look like on the screen, and it does resize beautifully. So you can rotate your designs to give them a little bit different look. And just like that. Some other things that we have here are some alignment tools, and we also have the ability to mirror image. So you can mirror image your design to make them look like it's facing a different direction. And these alignment tools are great too when you're trying to make sure you've got things centered. You can also ungroup and group your design to be able to select individual parts and pieces, and even change the order by choosing the move to back or the send to the front. So in this case, let's watch our slow redraw, because this is another feature that's built into this free software that's very helpful. You can watch your design stitch out on screen before you ever even get to the embroidery machine. That allows you to make sure that your design is stitching in the order that you want. So I can see exactly how it's going to stitch out. Now, if I want to change the order in any way, I can, in my design or my sequence view tab down to the bottom right, these are the different pieces of the design. So I can move those by clicking and dragging it to the location that I wanted. If I want that butterfly to say stitch out first, you can reorder your designs in any way that you'd like. So now if we go up here, a couple of other things that I want to show you is we actually have a design analysis option under the file menu. Now this is absolutely amazing. This gives you all the details about your file, your design that you have on your workspace. Now here I can see the details about my design, the name of it, the folder location, the size, all these things. But I can also see the color changes as well as the color of thread that's selected. So the other really nice thing about this is for every single color change, you can see the length of thread it is going to use for that color. Now this is in inches, and a lot of times our spool of thread is in meters, so you can do a little math, which I know we don't love to do all the time, but you can convert the length of thread and then you'll know how much you need for one particular color. I think this is very important when we're doing stitch intensive designs. You can see if you're going to have a kind of a guesstimate of how much thread it's going to take, so you'll know if you're going to need more than what you have on hand. The statistics tab gives you the different ranges here of the different colors. And then also here you have the time for which your machine is going to take to stitch this design. So it says it's 50 minutes for a machine that's stitching 600 stitches per minute, which you can certainly add a new machine if your machine stitches much faster, or if you're like me, I love to stitch at top speed. I can get the most done. So with a machine that stitches 1,000 stitches a minute, it's going to take 31 minutes rather than the 50. So very helpful when you are planning your design and you need to know exactly how long it's going to take to stitch out. So I love that design analysis. So the other things that you can do with your tool shed is you've got these tools over here. You've got a ruler if you need to measure an area. This is your realistic view so that you can see it in the stitches or in the 3D. It just toggles. You can pan around the screen. This turns that background grid off and on. So if you need that for measurements, this shows your stitch ends so that you can see exactly where. I'm going to zoom into this one. So this shows you exactly where those little stitches are formed by the needle penetration. So I'm going to continue to zoom in just tighter so you can see. So all of those little points there are the stitch ends, exactly where your design is going to penetrate the fabric. And this is the command option. You can see it popped up a little pair of scissors and a needle there. Those are your commands. And you can even see how this is going to fit into a hoop. So this is my 5x7 hoop on there, and we know that that is not going to fit. So we can rotate it and resize it if we need to make sure that it fits in our hoop. So here I am going to do a little rotate and select. Let me select everything here and do my rotate. And we can get that to fit in that 5x7 hoop a little bit better. So all of this, guys, is a free software that you can download. And like I said, edit your designs and manipulate your designs with this free software. So there you go. So rotating it definitely allows me to fit that in the 5x7 hoop. So just some other information over here in our properties box. When I select one object, it actually shows me the size of my design as well as the position inside of this area. I can also mirror and flip it here and resize it. And I have this check mark to regenerate those stitches. So when I resize larger or smaller, it is going to recalculate the stitches, making sure that it is filling in if I resize larger and it is shrinking if I resize smaller. So, so that is your free embroidery tool shed. So Eileen, do we want to address any questions at this time before I go on to Perfect Stitch Viewer?
Sure. We do have many questions. Number one is this compatible with Mac? And I've said, yes, it is. And then someone said, how about with the Big Surprise? But then they corrected their typo and said Big Sur. So we're not quite there with Big Sur. Is that correct?
That is correct. So yes, so wait on Big Sur. We are working on it, so it will be compatible. We just need to make sure that it works well before giving everyone the all clear for Big Sur.
That's right. So, and how that happens, if you are a user of Dime software, you have the software installed on your computer, and then when there is a free update to make it compatible with either Microsoft or Mac, you'll get a message that says free update, and you should update to always keep it in, up to date, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. And then, I had a question that someone to know, is it compatible with Windows 7? And I told her, yes, that's correct. And then someone else wanted to know, does it work on all machines? So maybe the next time we go back and you share your screen, let's do that save as, so they can see exactly how many designs it will open and save in. And then, of course, there's a couple, can you delete items in the design? Karina Paulson wanted to know.
Very limited. So you can select the different parts and pieces of the design by color and delete that way. But because this is a free software, it doesn't give you a complete editing capability, but it does still have some.
Right. And then Kim Mack wanted to know, where do you check software versions? And so that's under general options.
Yeah. So under help and about. So right there. So if you go to, I'll close this out and show you one more time. So if you go to help and about, it will tell you which version you are on there.
Yeah. And I think it also says check for updates there, correct?
It does, yes. And so if you do the check for updates, it will just check online and it tells me I'm already on the latest version. So there's no update. Right.
And then Cindy Brisky said, oops, do I install Pept or Toolshed first?
Do a tool. Well, and actually, when you install the latest version of Perfect Embroidery Pro, it actually installs the tool shed for you as well. So you can actually, as long as you're installing from the latest version, which is the download from our website, it will do it all at once.
Okay. Look for your format. Okay.
Okay, so to save a design, or this also is the same for opening a design, you can open and save in all of these listed formats. So I won't read every one, but I'll just kind of read a few of them. So we have PES. The C2S is our native format for this software and all of our Dime Inspiration series. So PES, we've got SEW, HUS, VIP, VP3, JEF. We have EXP for Bernina, DST for commercial formats, and we also have some for other commercial formats down here. So we can read and write to all of these formats that you see here on the screen. So take a look, see if yours is listed.
And then Ashley, would you also show us the options on thread palettes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So, so now that we've seen the save, and let's go and see the print before I forget that. So you can also print templates from Embroidery Tool Shed, and it does print actual size for you. Make sure that in your settings, you've got actual size chosen. And I always like to have the crosshair on. That gives me that really nice crosshair in the center there, so that I can see the exact center of my design. It also has the ability to give you some details about your design as well. So if you're printing this for future reference, so it'll give you the name, the size, the number of changes, color changes, things like that. So you could print templates from the Embroidery Tool Shed. And then to change your color palette, you would go down to the bottom. I'm in the bottom right of my screen here, and click the change palette, and you can actually change your entire color list to one palette all at once. So I could select my Exquisite 40, and then you could change it to whatever, other one you use. So, and it'll change the whole palette, but you also have the ability to just change one color. So maybe you've got this pink you want to use in the Madeira rayon, and maybe your isocord, maybe then this green, you have a really nice exquisite in your greens. So you can change them individually as well. So that's changing your entire color palette. Now, just to change a color of the design, you can select the color. So like the light pink of the flowers here, I can select that color here and then select a color below by doing a right mouse click. And maybe change that to a darker pink, or any color. It could be whatever you prefer. So maybe even this purple or violet. So you can change the colors that way. And this is also where you would delete the colors. When someone asked if you could edit the design, I could delete by color. So in this instance, if I wanted to get rid of the grass, I could just press the delete key over here, and it's going to delete everything that is green. And I'm left with these cute little flowers that definitely would be cute on a completely different design if you'd like. So you do have some minimal editing capabilities as well. So any other questions, Eileen?
Lots of questions, but I'm typing away as fast as I can over here. I think you've pretty much covered many. It was interesting. Someone said, why is there Bernina after a brother format? And, many people don't know that some Bernina machines read only PES. So interesting, right?
Right.
We think we know our brands, right? But
That's
the
right.
more you learn, the more there is to uncover for sure. Okay, so I know you have some other great things in store. We could move on to what's next.
I was going to show Perfect Stitch Viewer
Okay.
next. Perfect Stitch Viewer is our icon viewer software. So that's the next thing I was going to show. So does that sound good?
Okay, so let's just kind of explain what that is. She said it's an embroidery icon viewer. So it's going to transform all those long lines of text that are on your hard drive telling you that it's an embroidery design into an image. It works in the background. It's kind of like wearing sunglasses. Once you're on, you don't pay any attention to them. So go ahead, Ashley. Go ahead and show the good stuff about that.
Sounds good. So I'm going to start from scratch on this. So Perfect Stitch Viewer allows me to view my images in my folder. So I'm still in my embroidery toolshed, but I'm going to go to the bottom of my screen and click on my file folder. Now, most of you guys, whenever you're looking for your embroidery designs, they're in a folder on your computer. So mine are located under my C drive. So I'm going to go to my C drive to look for some designs that we can take a look at. And now these folders all have designs in them. So if I click on any one of those folders, you may be used to seeing your designs like this. So if your designs show up as the little icon, but you don't know what it is, then Perfect Stitch Viewer, by changing my view to the extra large icons, I can see right here in my folder that these designs appear as images. So now instead of having to open each of those designs individually, Perfect Stitch Viewer basically turns them into images. So to use Perfect Stitch Viewer, all you have to do is install it on your computer and go to the folder where you store your design. So like I said, mine are under the C Dime Designs. And so any of my folders I would open up, and you can see all of these different formats. And Perfect Stitch Viewer will view any format of a stitch file. So you can see here my PES files. If I turn on my extra large icons, I can see those as the little images. So once I've done that, I'm not sure why those aren't turning. Normally they do. So any stitch file format, just choose those extra large icons and it will turn those into images. So you don't have to worry about opening every one of these designs when you're looking for a particular design. The other nice thing is any Dime Inspiration Series software actually has free updates forever. So when we add new features, you guys get them for free if you already own any of our software. And Perfect Stitch Viewer had some really cool updates a few months ago. So in your file folder, I'm still in the same spot, but I'm going to turn on my details pane right here. And that shows me the details about anything that I select over here to the right. So I'm actually going to just resize this window so we can see a little larger. And so over here, any of these designs that I select, it actually tells me the number of stitches in this design, the number of color changes, and the size of this design. So it makes it super easy when you are looking for a design to stitch on, say, a shirt or whatever, and you need to make sure that that design fits in a certain area. You can do this by going to the location and just turn on your details pane, and I can see this particular design details here. So the date that it was created, also the path, if I forget the path of the design as well. So it gives me tons of information about my designs. This will also view your SVG files. I don't know that I have any SVG particularly, but you can see these little images here. So you can see those the same exact way. I do have an SVG there. So you can see how I can see that SVG as a little image. So it works the same way for your cut files as well. And if we have any brother scan and cut users out there, it takes an F as in Frank, C as in cat, M as in Mary, FCM file. You can also view those as little images with Perfect Stitch Viewer. So Perfect Stitch Viewer is your icon viewer software that's going to help you locate your designs by being able to look at them as little images. So Eileen, any questions on Perfect Stitch Viewer or comments?
Yes. Well, does it work with a Mac? So I answered that and it does, right?
Right.
Okay. And then Wendy Hansen wanted to know, does it show an image of a zip file? And I explained that embroidery files have to be unzipped in order to be converted into an icon. And then Diane Framston wanted to know, does PEP include Perfect Stitch Viewer? And you want to explain that?
Absolutely. So PEP does not include Perfect Stitch Viewer. You can view.
We just lost Ashley. She'll be right back in a moment. But you, I can't remember what she was talking about. Isn't that terrible? But I think we were talking about, is PEP a standalone product? And it is. And so is Perfect Stitch Viewer. They do not come together. They are separate. Are you there, Ashley?
That's correct. So Perfect Viewer is a separate program. It views in the folders, whereas Perfect Embroidery Pro, you would open the designs individually, but you can see them in Perfect Embroidery Pro in your design library, or when you open them, that little window, the same I showed in Embroidery Toolshed, but it does completely separate things. Perfect Stitch Viewer is going to show them in your folders, so you don't have to open them. So two completely separate software.
Right. And then Kit Kerville, Verville, she says she was watching the Central Time and missed the beginning of this. So, Kit, I just want you to know, you can watch the replay of this marathon, the Dime Demo Marathon, after we cease broadcasting, which will be later this afternoon. But you can always come back and watch the replay and then just fast forward to the part that you wanted to learn about. And then Claire wanted to know, Perfect Stitch Viewer is compatible on a Mac. It is compatible on a Mac. And then Pam Heck said she has two computers. How many computers can I download to? So you can load onto 2 computers with all of our software. And then Linda Shanklin Folks wanted to know, does Toolshed work with Windows 7 or just 10? It does work with Windows 7. So it's compatible with Windows 7 and everything more recent, and also Mac. It is not compatible with an iPad, just Mac embroidery. Yes, okay. And then Jan wanted to know, is PEP on sale? Well, Jan, we only sell PEP through our retailers. So you'll have to catch an event, a virtual event through one of our retailers to purchase PEP. We don't actually sell that direct. That's how we continue to provide support to our small retailers across the country, because without them, we wouldn't be here for sure. And probably you wouldn't be enjoying embroidery either, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I know you have more things to cover today, and I don't want to hold you up. So what do you want to move on to next?
So I want to show the hoop guard next, but I'm actually having camera issues, Eileen. So is there something that you could talk about and let me just switch between my computers to get my camera up and running? So maybe just like 5 minutes, I'll just switch between the two.
Okay, so how about if I do a little hooping, because that's what's something I was going to do after Ashley, left us. So I'll just swing into that right now. I was going to show you, talk about Monster hoops. Snap Hoop Monster are beautiful magnetic hoops. So let's go ahead and bring up those slides. And first off, oh, no. Okay, where do you get that hoop? Well, like I just said, we most certainly want you to support your local retailer. Many of them carry them in their store and have it right on their shelf. So that's your first bet. In case you don't have a local retailer who does sell Monster Hoop, we sell them on our website, which is dzgns.com. And you can go there to find all of the different versions that we have for your machine. And as you scroll down that page, the Monster Hoop page, you'll see a line of text that says, click here for machine compatibility chart. And it will take you to another page where you can just click there to download it. And this is the machine compatibility chart. And I agree with Diana G. I love, 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 love my Monster hoops. And I have often said, if it wasn't for the magnetic hoops, I probably wouldn't be embroidering today. So I'm very grateful that we designed them, invented them, and patented them. And now you are all enjoying them. So they are recognized by your machine. They have a flat metal bottom that has an attachment on it that is exactly the same as your standard embroidery hoop. So when you load it onto your machine will recognize it. It has a magnetic top, which is also flat, which means your fabric is not traveling over and under and inner and outer ring and up and over on the other side. It's just flat, like this. So here I have a piece of stabilizer hoop. You can see how nice and flat that is. Here's my metal base, and here's my magnetic top. Now what I want to show you how to do is apply the adhesive rulers that come with your hoop when you purchase it. And when you purchase it, these rulers are stored, they're folded in half, and they're stored in the instructions. And if you are an embroidery wizard and one of those people who doesn't bother reading instructions, possibly you would toss them out and without even opening them. Well, that's where your rulers are. So if you go to my blog, you can download this embroidery design, which is a crosshair. And it doesn't really matter what size it is, because you can always take a ruler and a marker and elongate that line so that it gets right out to the edge. Like we could do that in this case here. So I've lined up my ruler with that long vertical line. It's probably horizontal on your screen. And I can extend that so it's going all the way out to the edge of the hoop. But, we have perfect alignment laser, which is a beam, a crosshair beam. And so I like to just align the beam with that stitched crosshair. And then I can see where it's hitting my frame. And then I will take a ruler and position it with the 0 aligned with the line on the beam or that stitched crosshair. And there we have that. And then I will take another one and do the same at the other end. I have to remove the protective paper that's on the back side. And now when I attach it, you know, there's 2 ways to attach it. You have the lines and then you also have the numbers. So I like to put the lines towards the interior of the hoop because that way it's just easier to align seams or marks on my fabric with the lines if they're close to the interior of the frame. And then I would take a pair of scissors and just trim this excess. I'm not going to need all of that. And now you'll notice that, you know, the center of your hoop is not really the geographical center of your hoop. It's the center of the sewing field. So don't fret about that. You're going to stitch this crosshair in the hoop. You'll attach the hoop to the machine. You will bring up the crosshair design and just stitch it. Do not move it. If you move it, you will no longer be in the center. Okay, and then on the vertical, on the long edges, I'm just starting that side. And here we go. Okay, again, I'm going to do the same thing, aligning that 0 with my crosshair, with that beam right there, and then just finger press that in place and snip this away. And then when I do that last one, I never have to worry about, you know, having my marks aligned. And when it's time to, let's say I'm doing a quilt and I have a seam in here that I want to run a border against, so I would align the seam with the 3 on both sides, and then I know when I'm stitching in here, it would be absolutely aligned. And isn't that our goal? We're always trying to get it absolutely aligned. So let's just get this last one on. And remember, this crosshair is a free design. It doesn't matter what size you stitch. You can always extend those marks with a ruler and a marker. And there you have it. So now this hoop is ready to roll. Okay, let's check in with Ashley, see how she's doing. And let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we most certainly can.
And see me better too, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Sorry about...
Before you get started, so let's see. Let's see, they love them. Some of them are just absolutely loving them. And Kit DeVille says the nicest thing about our software is that we provide free upgrades. There are free updates to keep you compatible with all of the systems, you know, other operating systems. And occasionally we add features or even fonts to our full-blown Perfect Embroidery Pro. So let's see. And Valerie wants to, can I show hoop with a very plush towel? We are going to be hooping all day. We're going to be doing towels and quilts and t-shirts and onesies and all kinds of things. So just stay tuned. And will the rulers stay on the hoop then? Yes, Gloria, absolutely. They were adhesive and they just stay on there forever. No worries. You don't have to worry about them coming off. Yeah. Okay, and we can, Bicola Chase said, we could see Ashley so much better. I don't know what you did, girlfriend, but you're looking great. And Lisa Short, we do have hoops for Viking, so please check the compatibility chart.
Yes.
And Melody wants to know, can we replace our rulers? You can replace your rulers. You need to call our office. They are a replacement part. I believe they're not on the website. And that phone number is 888-739-0555. Okay, off you go.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being patient, and thanks for Eileen for jumping in. So I wanted to show you the hoop guard. Actually, hoop guard is one of my favorite tools. I have the hoop guard for the snap hoop here. This is a metal guard that actually fits under your
magnet of your hoop. So I'm glad Eileen showed you the hoop so that you understand what this is all about. So this actually fits underneath the magnet so that when you place it down and have something in the hoop, you can prevent it from falling into the sewing field. So you can put it on either the top, the bottom, or the side opposite of the attachment. And so I'm going to show you, let me put a towel in here, especially since someone just said something about hooping a towel. So I'm sure Eileen just showed you how to work this hoop. So I'm going to use this towel, and I already have my towel marked, and I'm actually going to show you in a moment how I got that mark. But you would place your stabilizer down, of course. But when I place my magnet on top, and I am at the embroidery machine, and I have all of this rolled in the throat of the machine. Now, hand towels, you guys know that's not a huge issue, but other things like bath towels, a quilt sandwich, if you're working with a quilt and you are embroidering in the center of a king size quilt, you've got a lot of stuff rolled into the throat. So you can see this is creating that barrier to prevent that from falling into the sewing field. It's definitely one of my favorite tools because it prevents mishaps. And who doesn't love that, right? And so it works great, not just for towels. And of course, while I'm here with this big bulky towel, you can see that I am moving it around with my hoop and it's not separating. So the hoops are very strong. So I'm going to take this out, and then let's look at another option. So you would place your stabilizer down, but working with bags is another great use for your snap hoop. And so I've got my bag here, and then when you place your hoop top inside your bag, now I'm doing this at the oddest of angles because I'm at an angle from my camera. But you've got your bag turned inside out in order to work with it. And so you can see how our hoop guard will hold that out of the way to make sure that you don't have any part of your bag get caught in the sewing field. So it's great for bags, also great for shirts. When you have a shirt nested around your hoop, also great for that as well. So, Eileen, any questions or comments on the hoop guard?
No, not on the hoop guard. No questions yet on the hoop guard. Aren't they amazing, though? I like to use them when I'm quilting and when I do onesies. You know, I'll be showing that a little later on. It opens up that design area.
Yes.
And then, this is what I hate about showing that one hoop. Ray says, my hoop doesn't have that cutout on the left. I surely wish it did. Ray, you know what? It's not the best hoop. It's cut out for a reason, to get around an attachment. And you actually, you know, don't think it's a better hoop. It's not a better hoop.
And this is an older hoop for me. So I've got some of our products too that I've had for a long time. So, and I've got my other one under the camera now, and you can see that it's just that solid frame around that on my my camera there. So definitely it's still a great hoop, and you guys are going to love it. So, but yeah, don't get hung up on that cutout. I agree.
Don't get hung up on that cutout. I know. And I showed my hoop had one too. It's the one I use the least, which is why it didn't have any rollers on it.
And that's why I like demoing with it, because if it's one that I use frequently, it's with my stuff and it's being used. So
that's right.
The ones that I don't are good for showing under the camera because they're not in use. Yep. So great. So no questions on hoop guard?
No, well, not on hoop guard, but you know, somebody did say, you know, let's see. Somebody wanted to know can I do a plush towel? So I like to tell people that the real test is, this is the test. If you can hoop your towel, you know, and possibly stabilizer, and do this, then your hoop will hold the towel during the embroidery process. If it starts to slide apart, and I can't make that do that, then it's your towel's too plush, too heavy for our hoop or whoever's hoop that you're using. And so then I would suggest going to a sticky stabilizer, an adhesive wash away, because you don't want to tear it away. You'll pull all those loops on the plush, but that's really the best. That's the best test. And if this works when you're holding it up and then you attach it to the machine and you encounter some kind of quilt drag, or we call it quilt drag, hoop drag, that's because you are not managing the weight of the towel or the quilt. Okay, so that's your test. If it works like this and then you put it on the machine and you have some problem, that's because all that excess weight is being dragged off the table, off the machine. You have to get that lifted up so it's level with the machine bed. Okay, let's see, Ashley, where are you? I think we have a lot more questions.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And so while we're bringing up those questions, if we could show my camera, I'll briefly show what the standard hoop guards look like.
Right. And before you do that, Stephanie Hardy wanted to know, is the hoop guard specific to machine brand? And it is not. It fits all of our magnetic hoops. And then Paula Cox wanted to know, can you use more than one hoop guard at the same time? You can, and you're talking about a monster, I'm sure, Paula Cox. You can, but I have found there's really no reason to. Even in our biggest hoop, which is 10 by 16, I still only use one, and it manages it. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay. Any others?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So so we do have the hoop guards for the standard hoops. These are plastic hoop guards that actually fit in between the inner and outer ring. So these only work on your standard hoops. So, and as you can see, I was able to put two and it hold this onesie out of the way. So this is the standard hoop that comes with my embroidery machine. So these work with any brand of standard hoop. And as we said, the hoop guard for snap hoop only works with the snap hoop monster because it fits underneath that magnetic top. So you have to have the right one for the right hoop. So, okay. So Eileen, can I go ahead and go on to perfect placement kit? I'm going to take that as
yes. Sure, go ahead. You bet.
Okay, sounds great. So the perfect placement kit was the next thing I wanted to share with you guys. So this kit is full of templates to help you get your item marked quickly and perfectly, and you get the same results every time. So these templates are included in the kit, and they all work the exact same way that I'm about to show you how to use the towel. You just follow the directions right on the template. So this is from the perfect placement kit, and I am going to be using the template for the towel with a border. So this template comes from that kit, and I follow the instructions right on the template. I have used a straight pin to mark the center fold of my towel. And then just as this says, I'm going to place that straight line on the top of that border, centering that horizontal line with my straight pin so I know I'm in the center. And that opening allows me to mark where I need to land my embroidery. So I'm going to use our target sticker, and you can also use your snowman sticker if your embroidery machine comes with a positioning sticker, so you can place that there. So, and if you do have a snowman sticker, you know what that's all about. So this is the perfect placement kit. Now, even though I'm using the one for a towel with a border, it comes with many other templates. So I know there's a glare on my light. See if I can move that so that it doesn't. Nope. Okay, I'll just read them to you. Okay, so it's hand towels with and without border, bath towels with and without border, sheets, pillowcases, napkins, receiving blankets, burp cloths, sleeve cuff, left chest placement, right center front, as well as boxer shorts. Also in this kit, you're going to get 30 sample target stickers. You get 6 text stickers, which are long stickers like you see here. You'll also get a mini centering ruler, as well as a PDF printable off from a disc, instructions for how to use this entire kit. So that is the perfect placement kit. And you can see how if I had 8 towels to do quickly, this mark would be in the exact same place every single time. So using these item templates are very, very helpful. Now, since I'm talking about perfect placement, let me show you one from the children's perfect placement kit. So the children's perfect placement kit is all about children's items. So this, I'm going to use the one for a onesie, but it also comes with templates for left, center, chest for all of these sizes you see here. So for onesies down to a 0 all the way up to a youth 4T, small, medium, large, and 2T to 4T. So burp cloths, baby blankets, bloomers, snap suit bottoms, all of these included in this kit. So this will allow you to get those repeatable results in the same exact way. So I have a onesie that is a newborn size 0 to 3 months. So I chose the correct template. Place this, you find the center. So I usually mark that center fold. Find the center and then place that curve underneath the neckline there. And then that is where you will place your mark. So, and you want to make sure that that's straight and aligned with the marks on your template. So that is the children's perfect placement kit. And it works the same way. And again, all children's items. So bibs, burp cloths, things like that. Receiving blankets, bodysuits, children's size, shirts for center, and lots of others. So children's perfect placement. So Eileen, any questions or comments on either the perfect placement or the children's perfect placement?
Well, it's interesting that people, they love the perfect placement. Those who have it have said they use it over and over and over. And, you know, I do too. It's the one item in my room that I'm always using it. It's just really helpful. Hey, and here's an old friend, Lindy Goodall, popping in saying she loves the perfect placement kit. Simple, but so useful. I agree. Absolutely. Nice to see you here, Lindy. Thanks for joining us. And Dee Weathered, yes, you do order on the website for this demo sale. All the prices are reduced on the website, so you'll see those savings there when you go in. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you're doing a bang-up job, Ashley Jones.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm glad we got it going after the technical difficulties. So
I know, it's crazy.
Well, perfect. Yeah. So I just had one other thing, unless you wanted me to show anything else, but I think the other thing that I was going to show was back to the hoop. I know we get a lot of questions that wondering if these magnetic hoops are safe for our embroidery machines. And so I usually show this little test so that people realize that the magnets are not harmful to their machine. And so I can show that. Is there something else that we want to show or talk about before I get to that?
Piccola Chase wanted to know if there was a special code that they need to enter for these deals, and you don't. It's free shipping on everything, so when you get through checkout, you will find that for sure. Perfect. So because there's so many, since everything's on sale, we didn't do a special code. We just changed the website. So, and let's see. Lisa says she's not sure if she should get the towel placement kit, or you should get the perfect placement kit. That's the kit that has the household items in addition to left chest embroidery, center chest embroidery for adults. That you're going to encounter that in most of your embroidery. Well, I can't tell you what you're going to be doing, but I know in my sewing room, I'm often doing towels, hand towels, bath towels, either with borders or without borders, napkins, pillowcases, that kind of thing. So very interested in that. Yeah. And then I'm putting you on the spot now. Diane Framston wanted to know, can you show the angle finder?
Oh my gosh. Well, guess what? It just so happens.
Right there.
So I certainly can do that. And that's perfect because I was going to put my towel back in the hoop. So we'll just show that entire part. So any others before we do that, Eileen?
No, go ahead. Let's go ahead and take care of her. Let's see.
Okay.
And please show the website for the sale. So we'll run that ticker across the bottom, the website.
Sounds good. Okay, so I want to show you first with the hoop. The magnet is definitely quite strong. So let's do this scissor test that I usually do for our magnetic hoop. So if we could show my camera again, and then we can see that, and I'll show the angle finder after that.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and pop you in. There you go.
Thank you. That's perfect. Okay, so this is a magnet. We've established that. One thing that it's also helpful for is if you spill your entire container of your straight pins, swipe that across the floor. It'll pick them up quickly. So if you guys have pets and you need to pick those up in a hurry, then swipe your magnetic hoop across the floor, pick all those up. And because it is magnet, like I said, it does hold anything that's metal, so it will pick that up. But once I have something in the hoop, and we'll put my towel in the hoop, and that metal is kind of preventing the magnet from kind of going all the way through. So I've got my hoop, and then now with my scissors, it's hard to see with my towel here, but I'm going to place those underneath because I do have that metal base on. And so now this does not stick to that magnet. So kind of hard to see underneath this, but you can see I have it sitting, but as soon as I turn it, it's not magnetizing to that base. So the metal base actually blocks that magnet. But they are safe for your machines. And if you have any concern whatsoever, just check with your service person and they will let you know. But I can promise you, we use these for all brands of machines, so no issues whatsoever. So now let me show you the angle finder. Now I don't have the box that the angle finder comes from, but this tool, since someone requested, it actually comes from our embroiderer's toolkit, our embroidery toolkit. And this actually will help me calculate how crooked I hoop so I don't have to keep rehooping. So you guys can see, I'm going to put my hoop straight so you can see what it looks like. So this is my hoop straight, but you can see my towel is crooked in the hoop. So now that I've got it hooped, I am going to remove that straight pin that marks the center, and we are ready to embroider, but we're crooked. So what I'm going to do is use my angle finder here. This tool will help me calculate how much to rotate my design to make sure it stitches straight. So to use it, you're going to place that grommet there over the center of your mark. And in this case, I'm using my target sticker for where I wanted to land my embroidery. Make sure that the 0 degree is toward the top of your hoop. So that's the correct orientation. You can see my clip is over here that attaches to my embroidery unit. So the 0 is toward the top of my hoop. And then I am going to make sure that it's sitting square in my hoop, which it looks like it is. So this would be wrong. So you want it to be sitting square, just like this here. And now I am going to rotate that dial that's on the top, and I'm actually going to line this one red arrow up with the arrow on my target sticker. And so once I do that, it actually points to 65 degrees. So now what you guys will do is you remember that number. I know that's a challenge, but 65 is the magic number. So remember that for just a minute. And let's pretend we are going to the embroidery machine. So once you've calculated 65, go to your embroidery machine, place your hoop on the machine, and load your embroidery design. So I'm going to use this paper template as my simulation for my embroidery design. And this design comes up, usually they come up in this manner. And now I'm going to choose the rotate feature on my embroidery machine and rotate this design 65 degrees. So 65 is that magic number. The second thing you're going to do is use your needle positioning on your embroidery machine and move your needle to the center of that target sticker. So it would move the design in that manner there. Then you're going to stitch your design. So remove that target sticker, place down your water-soluble topper because you're stitching on a fabric with a nap. stitch your embroidery design so it would look like this. And when you remove that, you can see, even though I was hooped crooked, I have my design stitching straight because my angle finder helped me calculate how crooked I had hooped. So I was able to adjust that number in the embroidery machine rather than rehooping multiple times. So that is the angle finder. So the angle finder is from the embroidery toolkit. If you're looking for that, it is also in the back of the Hoop It Up book. Yes. Yeah. So love that book. So I'll let you tell them about that book, Eileen, because it's amazing.
Yeah, well, the Hoop It Up book, I wrote that with my sister, Marie Zeno, my stitching sister, and maybe many of you had the pleasure, or we had the pleasure of meeting you on the road. Marie and I spent about, anywhere from 5 to 7 years teaching all around America in sewing machine retailers. And we would do 2-day events. And boy, we met some beautiful people, just lovely, passionate embroiderers like yourself. And one of the things that we learned during that time was that so many people struggled with hooping. And we decided to write a book that covers how to hoop on single needle machines and multi-needle machines. Here, I'll bring it under the overhead cam so you can get a better look at it. And, we do a multi-needle machine here, how to do a hooded baby cloth on either a single needle, a multi-needle, and, on and on, thermal bags, canvas tote bags. And, we really thought that if we addressed everything that people have asked us about over the years, it would be very helpful for them. And there's some odd things in here. And in fact, I'm going to do a sleeve. This is a ski hat, but you would use the very same technique for the hem of a t-shirt on the sleeve. If you want to do a logo or monogram there. And like we said, it comes with tools in the back, the angle finder and centering rulers and a tiny crosshair, which is really very helpful. It has 99 tips in it. It is in this 80-page book. And so it's as relevant today as it was a couple years ago when we wrote it. So I hope you would enjoy that. So speaking of onesies, I guess we can move over and talk about that pretty soon. But first, I'd like to, thank Ashley Jones. She did a fabulous job. I always like to give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause. We got the technology going.
Right. Absolutely. And the lights came on and everything. That's awesome. So if you enjoyed Ashley's presentation, give her a couple thumbs up or shoot some hearts. We'd love to let her know just what a great job she has done. And Karen wants to know, how come you have yellow markers on the bottom of your magnetic hoop?
I'm surprised somebody didn't say something sooner. So when I am placing something in my hoop, I like to know the center of that base so that when I place it down, and I just used my Target stickers to figure this out. Another hoop of mine has a Sharpie marker. You can put your rulers on the base, but this, since I lay my item down over the base of the hoop first, I like to know where that center of the base of the hoop is before putting that top part on. So that's the only reason, and I just got creative with how I marked it.
That's great. You're getting lots of hearts and hugs and virtual hugs and so forth. So that's really sweet. Very, very sweet. Thank you so much, Ashley. I hope you have a pleasant rest of your day, and we really enjoyed spending an hour with you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Eileen. So thank you, everyone, and have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the dime demos.
Yay. All right. Off we go. Let's go hoop a onesie. So here we are on our hoop mat, and I have my onesie already marked, and I do have a no-show fusible that is adhered to the wrong side of the garment, and I'm going to turn my garment inside out because I'm going to do this on a single needle machine, like, a flatbed machine, not a multi-needle tubular machine. And then I'll take my monster hoop. Now, she used Target stickers, and I went ahead and used another set of adhesive rulers to mark my center. But right now, I'm not even going to pay attention to the center because, as I often like to say on Facebook Live, this is a hoop along. It's not actually a sew along. So I'm going to place my shirt design side down. And I know right now it just looks like the whole shirt is, you know, laying over the hoop, and it is. But then I'm going to take my magnetic top and I'm going to place my hoop guard on one end. So as you can see, I have it on this end, and I'm going to slide this through the shirt and out the neck. And once I do that, I'm then going to like position that shirt. I can feel the frame underneath, and I want to, you know, get a bird's eye view under there and see if I have my target sticker centered. And so I'm just doing a little magic underneath here, right? And then I just open that up, and I did not do such a very good job, but that's okay. It's a magnetic hoop. It's so easy to reposition. So I'll just lift that top frame and reposition that fabric a little bit and kind of pull it down probably a bit. There we go. And that is most likely centered. So now when I go to the machine, I can slide it onto the machine, and the hoop guard, you know, because it's here in the front of the hoop, I can just put this onto the machine. This will clear the foot and needle, and then my design will stitch. Now I will have to rotate my design 180 degrees, because as you remember, the neck is here. So I want, you know, the letter M to stitch like an M and not a W for Wilma, right? So M for Mary. So that's how I do a onesie. So easy to do a onesie. So let's go ahead and take a look at that sleeve that I talked about. A lot of times you may be asked to stitch a logo or maybe a monogram or a name just on a t-shirt on the sleeve edge. So you can see I've already applied my fusible no-show cutaway stabilizer to the sleeve edge. I have the center of my sleeve marked with a crease, and most likely I should have a target sticker on there. So I can go ahead and pop one on there. But you know, I'm going to put a small design on here, and I would want it to sit, it's lettering, I would want it to sit right on that top stitched hem. So now I am going to turn it inside out, because you know, on these flatbed machines, we have to get the design area down. So I will, again, place that metal frame and take my top frame and just slide that into the shirt and through the sleeve, and make sure that I get it all the way through. There we go. And part of the sleeve will not be captured in the hoop itself, and that's okay. That's all right. So I just want to get that horizontal. It does catch, which is a good thing, right? We want it to be nice and flat. So I would take a minute here to lift this top frame and smooth that hem down. And it doesn't matter that it's not straight, because I can use my angle finder to rotate that design and make sure that it's going to stitch nice and straight. Now, if you're worried that this is going to fall over, well, you could use some painter's tape to tape it out of the way. You could even pin it in this area here, because if your design is small, it's probably only going to be about the size of the target sticker. So that's, you know, super easy to do. And I love to do that in these 4x4 hoops. These are two of my favorite projects that I do in 4x4 hoops, are t-shirt sleeves and also the onesie. So let me see if we have any questions before we move on to the next project. And let's see, Joyce, you say Ashley is exactly the kind of teacher I prefer. She doesn't repeat, she doesn't go off topic. She just stays on topic and gets down to business. I agree. She is an excellent speaker, definitely. And how is the hoop mat? Oh, this is a good question. How is the hoop mat different from a cutting mat? Well, the hoop mat is a non-slip silicone surface, and if you run a rotary cutter across it, you will have two small hoop mats. You will slice right through it. It is not a cutting mat that is self-healing, that allows the blade to ride across without actually cutting the mat. It is for hooping only, so don't confuse that. We most certainly have done it here, and so I have invested in cutting mats that are not blue, so that I don't visually confuse my cutting mat with my hooping mat. My hoop mat is blue, and then my cutting mats are now white and teal and pink, you know, those kind of things. So that's the difference between the two items. Okay, so why don't we do a left chest polo shirt in the 4x4 hoop? And then it might be time, getting close to welcoming our next guest. Okay, so here is a men's shirt with a collar and, you know, buttons and so forth, a regular polo shirt. I, again, have already added my fusible no-show to the wrong side of the design area. And I'm going to take the embroiderer's helper and position this with the aligning the neckline with the top of the collar and centering the straight edge along the buttonholes. And then I'm going to focus on the placement of the target sticker over here. So first, let's just check our size. This is a size small, a men's small. And then I'll take a target sticker and position that right into the embroiderer's helper notch for size small. And that's this very first notch. So I'll just lift that. And it is kind of best probably to use a pair of tweezers in this application because it's easier to get it off the tweezers, but that worked fairly well. So once that's in position, I now have the location of my embroidery design, and I'm going to insert my metal frame into the garment. And I can feel it. So right now, see the frame here? That's not so good, right? We want to center that target sticker within the frame itself. Now, this is a little bit better placement. And again, I don't really have to worry about the angle of the design because I can use my angle finder. I can also use the positioning features that are on my machine, and I know many of you have those very same features. So if you do, instead of using my target sticker, you could use a positioning sticker that's recognized by your machine. You know, the idea is you just don't know where to put that positioning sticker on a left chest garment. So this device gives you the precise placement of where to put either a target sticker or a positioning sticker. Now, to go to the machine, I turn the garment inside out, nesting everything above the machine bed. I even push the sleeves out because I think it's really important that we don't catch that sleeve in the back of the embroidery, right? And then when I'm going to go to the machine, I take my plastic shield. This is what separates the magnetic top from the metal bottom. And I slide that underneath my hoop and I transport the hoop in this fashion. That way, I don't worry about sticking my fingers from the back up through, you know, and dislodging the fabric. So, and then once I get over to the machine, I just slide this away and attach the hoop to the machine. So that works out really well. Yeah. Okay. And let's see, what stabilizer on the whole, why do you have stabilizer on the whole front of the onesie? Okay, so I put the stabilizer on the whole front, I did not need to have it over the entire front of the onesie, but I like my stabilizer to be at least 2 inches beyond the hoop. So let me get that shirt for you so you can get a good look at that. I'll just bring that up over here, inside out. So yeah, you know, I was working with a roll of stabilizer that was about 12 inches long or whatever, so 10 inches. So I just cut a skinny length of it. But I do want it to be larger than my hoop, because if it's just going to be like 3 inches, if that's the size of my embroidery design, that's not going to work out so well. You know, you want that stabilizer to be behind the entire hooped area so that your fibers do not get distorted during the hooping process. Oh, and here's my stitching sister, Marie Zeno. Hello, Marie Zeno. Thanks so much for joining us today. We just talked about the Hoop It Up book. I wish you had been there, you know, actually in the video, but can't do that right now. So let's see. And so Sherry wants to know, and then after the embroidery is complete, I then heat the back, you know, press the back of the onesie, and by applying more heat to it, the the adhesive is released and I can separate that stabilizer from the garment and trim away the excess. And on a onesie, I would leave about 1/4 inch beyond the embroidery of the stabilizer. And then I actually then fuse a layer of Fuse So Soft, which is a very soft tricot knit interfacing that covers the wrong side of the embroidery and makes the garment very comfortable against a baby's skin. So that's how I would actually finish that. And Val S wants to know, yes, you most certainly can use the Brother and Baby Lock snowman stickers instead of the round ones. Our tools, our placement tools, tell you where to put the stickers, whether it's a snowman sticker, a positioning sticker, or our yellow target stickers. You know, all of those stickers work wonderfully under the needle, but we have to know where to put it on the garment so we get an attractive placement. And that's what our placement tools do. They provide to you the location where you should put it. So yes, I don't think we have any more questions there. So in a moment, we're going to introduce another speaker, which is so exciting. But for now, let's go ahead and clean this up and let's hoop. What else do I like to hoop in a 4x4? I think we will do a towel. I just want to do that same test that I showed you earlier. Now, if I was going to do a towel, I most certainly would have stabilizer, and I don't have any here right now. I could get a piece quickly, but I kind of want to show you how I would do it under PAL. So I'm aligning the zeros with the beam. Now, forgive me for not having the beam aligned with my mat. In a perfect world at home, the center of my beamed crosshair aligns with my mat. But because of my cameras and everything here, I can't make that happen. So just bear with me and know that what's really important is that it is centered with my hoop. That's the most important thing. Then I put my stabilizer over top. And I have my target sticker in position, and I just take time to arrange that crosshair, the beam, aligning it with the crosshair on the target sticker. Now, truth be told, I would actually hoop this the other way. I would do it like this and extend the body of the towel over the attachment so that it can extend away from the head of the machine, right? And over the embroidery arm. And so now that's perfectly positioned. And I want to keep it in place while I attach that top. And I'm going to attach the top by positioning it vertically with that metal base. And then I just drop it down. Just like that. Keep my hands out of the way. Now I can see that I can feel that I'm not aligned. So I just move it until it is aligned. And then I'm perfectly positioned and I can take this right by the machine, right over to the machine and stitch. Yep. Okay. So let's see. So we have some people about the doors. Yes, we're going to show the doors. In fact, this might be a good time to show a tiny preview of what you're going to get at the end of the day at 4 o'clock when we release the December door. So maybe my friend Sam could go ahead and play that first preview. It's just a really quick preview. You can see a little snow. It's got a fun-shaped roof. That's all. So we will talk about, we will show you more in upcoming segments. And then Lisa Schwartz wants to know, can you talk about the target stickers that you print out? So I think you mean templates. And templates are, do I have one here? I do have one here that I could show you. This is a quilting design. We'll bring this under here. This is a quilting design. We'll bring this under the overhead. And I'm sorry, but I've cut off the arrowhead. There should be an arrowhead here, but I kind of cut this paper doll style. And we'll turn off this PAL. We don't need that now. So what this tells me is this is the center of this quilting design. And this is a design that I'm going to repeat over a quilt. Well, let's not count, but I know it's over 50 repeats to fill that entire quilt. And this allows me to position it on the quilt and then center the needle over that center point, remove the template, and then this design will stitch exactly where I planned. So that will be over, when we print these out in our embroidery tool shed, I like to use print and stick Target template paper. And print and stick Target template paper is a tacky material. I can print right on it. It has a protective sheet behind it so that once I peel that away, this is sticky and it will stick to my quilt. And I can use one template to stitch the entire quilt, which is really quite helpful. And let's see, Darryl, when you cut the stabilizer, we call it Fuse So Soft is what we call it. And do I extend it beyond the mesh stabilizer? I do. I extend it beyond the cutaway stabilizer that I've already trimmed down. And so I want that lightweight tricot knit interfacing to fuse beyond that stabilizer edge and of course cover all the embroidery. And Val, you want to know, do we have an official UK reseller? We do have an official reseller in Europe, and that is one of my team members will type in her name. I don't want to mispronounce her website. They'll type it in, so just kind of stay tuned. But you can get all of our products through Isabel over there. Yes. And let's see, Sharon asks, how much longer is the demo? We're going to 4 o'clock, or a little bit beyond. And so you can always watch the replay if you have to go back to work. And let's see, what's the difference between Fuse So Soft and Fusible No-Show? So Fuse So Soft is the tricot knit interfacing that is often used to cover the wrong side of embroidery. I also use it to add a little bit more stabilization to quilting fabrics, cotton quilting fabrics. When I'm going to be embroidering a quilt block, I will first fuse that Fuse So Soft to it to give it a little bit more body without changing its hand. Fusible Cutaway, our Fusible No-Show, is a true cutaway stabilizer product. And, Deborah Jones is coming up, and she can really tell you the difference between those two products. And she is actually our next guest. So let's see. And then Jane DeChico wants to know, what's Quick Snap for multi-needle machines? Well, Quick Snap for multi-needle machines is a tubular hoop, but in the sense, it's a flat magnetic hoop, but it emphasizes the tubular ability of a multi-needle machine. So coming up next, I'll get one off the wall and show it to you. But now is a really good time to welcome our next guest. Is she here? She is. She's waiting in the wings. And I'm excited to have Deborah Jones join us today. Deborah is an absolute embroidery wizard. She's been in the industry for several decades, and she has both a commercial background and home sewing background. So she is, my go-to expert. I can tell you that when I have an embroidery question, that's who I call. So let's welcome Deborah Jones in, and first we'll take a look at what she's going to be talking about today. Hello, there you are, Deborah. Welcome.
Hi, Eileen. It's really been fun watching all the Ashley's presentation. I've really, always loved to see what she has to show.
She's wonderful, isn't she?
She really is. So that's been a very enjoyable time since the Facebook Live began. And now we're on to another topic.
Good. And you are going to talk about stabilizers, needles, and threads. What else, right? Our top 3, things that we need to master if we're ever going to get professional results, right?
Well, Eileen, you hit it on the head, because you know what? They make all those needlepoint types and sizes for a reason. And it really impacts your quality, even though it seems like a small detail. But, there are differences between the needle types and reasons, and we can talk about those and, learn to apply some logic as to when each type is suitable for your project, and also those stabilizers too.
Deborah, that's what I think I love about your approach to embroidery. You do it in a logical way. You kind of break down the different parameters and then approach it just so logically. And then when you and I have a conversation about some challenge that, I'm probably up against, after I talk to you, I feel like I kind of went to confession or something. Everything is so much more clear.
Well, really, it's just a matter of, you mentioned I have a commercial background, and in the commercial world, a lot of problem solving situations come up. And when you're doing multiple quantities, you have a lot of opportunity to experiment and test. And so that's really how I learned to choose appropriate stabilizers. And one of the wonderful things is there's not just one correct stabilizer for any fabric. There's multiple choices. So there are a lot of ways to get this similar result. So we don't have to all be so rigid when we're choosing stabilizers and needles. There's choices. And as long as you, do maybe a little test sewing. I always have loved that statement about there's two kinds of embroiderers, those who did a test stitch out and those who wish they had. But once we learn some guidelines and make some notes, or maybe use a little tool we'll talk about in a few minutes, then you don't have to do that test stitch out every time. You learn to predict, you learn that your embroidery results are predictable.
That's right. That's a really good point, that embroidery results are predictable when you control the variables, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Deborah, what are you going to show us first?
Well, I have some samples, and so I'm going to be able to share with you my stabilizer choices and my needle selections in some cases, because it's not always critical, but we have a lot of options. And one of the reasons we have a lot of options is because Dime has simply made those options available to hobbyists and embroidery enthusiasts, because sometimes these needle types have only been available to professional embroiderers, but we have lots of choices thanks to some products from Dime. So I'm going to switch over to my sample camera and show you some products. And do I need to turn off a speaker?
You're good now. We can hear you, Deborah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So, all right. Well, looks like we need to do a little adjustment here on the keyboard.
Yeah. We had that earlier, but I'm sure our friends will just bear with us for a couple moments while you get that.
Yeah. It was.
These cameras, they're really, we're all learning to be producers and directors, and we have cameras, and we can't believe what we had to learn this year. It's just, it's been a miracle, really, and it's really super fun.
Okay, here we go. I got to be able to see here. So let's just get a little bit more light on the subject. Oh, almost. Okay.
Almost. There you go.
Okay,
it's
so
nice and crisp now.
A little bit not in the right center, but okay. So this is the tool I was referring to a few minutes ago, and that is the embroiderer's compass. And the compass is a tool that I designed to help you select your needles, stabilizers, and to give you some tips on the fabric you're working with. So it's just a wheel. So you just turn the wheel to the fabric you want to embroider. And when you do that, you will see in this top window my recommended stabilizer choices. And I usually try to give a couple so that hopefully you'll have one in your stash. In this window, I give you multiple needle blade sizes and point types, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. And then in the bottom window, we have any comments that I want to share with you about that particular fabric. And guess what? The tool has two sides. So there are many choices of fabric types that you are going to embroider, and it will help you, get a starting point for each of your projects. So now then, whoops, I'll try not to jiggle the camera. All right, so let me show you some basics. Okay, here I have a couple of shirts that I embroidered, and one of these, this one, this blue one, is the treacherous moisture wicking shirt. And this particular shirt, we have a special stabilizer for, which is, we have actually two. We have one called Polypro Performance, which is, as its name implies, it is for embroidering performance knits. And this one is one of those dry fit shirts. The other shirt is just a regular knit, and I used a no-show stabilizer. As Eileen mentioned earlier, sometimes, especially if you're a beginner, you might want to use a fusible no-show so that you don't stretch it during the hooping process. But as you can see, these are very detailed designs, and the outlines are absolutely on track, and there's no puckering. So yes, you can do it. It's a matter of choosing the right stabilizer. And needle point type, I mentioned Dime makes available a great product for getting those needle types correct. And this is the Dime needle sampler. And in this sampler is literally every needle point type and blade size that is specific for embroidery that you will ever need. And so for the garments that I'm showing you here, I actually used the 1175 SES, and that simply means light ballpoint. So a light ballpoint would be correct for these knits. And sometimes on these really detailed designs and with a fine thread, and remember, this is a very fine yarn, you could even go down a blade size. Okay, so let's get the next tray of items. Staying kind of on the same point that we were on, this is a little onesie like Eileen just did. And in this onesie, let me get a little more light on this subject here. Pull my light. There we go. Okay. In this onesie, you'll notice there's no puckering. It's got a fairly solid baby bottle design on it and some lettering. So this is very good example of proper stabilizing and correct needle type. So again, I would use a 7511, and on the back of this one, I used no-show stabilizer. And on this one, I applied the Fuse So Soft that Eileen mentioned. And so that made a very serviceable onesie. Now, what do I mean by serviceable? What I mean is it's going to look good. The embroidery is going to look good for the life of that garment. It can be washed and worn many, many times, and it'll stay looking exactly like you see it here, partly because of that Fuse So Soft. And let me give you a little tip, you guys. if you have a little bit of slight puckering, once you get a onesie or a t-shirt or a golf shirt out of the hoop, if you apply that Fuse So Soft while slightly, not greatly, but slightly pulling that puckering out, ironing it as you're pulling it, guess what? You'll nail that knit into place permanently, and it'll be permanently without wrinkles if the wrinkles are slight. Now, it's not going to work a miracle, but it will pull out some slight puckering and nail it into place for the life of the garment. Good to know, right? Now, here's another example of a great use for Fuse So Soft. You know, I love to do fringe. Fringe is a fun technique to do, but on an item like this towel, it's going to be washed a lot. Hopefully, the child who receives this is going to love to use this towel, and they're going to want to do it all, use it all the time. So, again, I like to put a piece of Fuse So Soft onto the back to secure that fringe. And guess what, guys? If you have a piece of embroidery you did that has some real ugly, loopy stitches on the back, maybe you've had to pull some satin stitches to the back of your work, secure it with Fuse So Soft, and it'll hide a multitude of sins. So, the next thing I want to show you is, oh, and by the way, of course, that was an 1175 needle. Now, let me get some more items over here. Around this time of year, you might like to do a little recipe apron, which this one is very, very old, at least 10 years old. But I love it because it is really got some cute gingerbread designs. But mostly when I do small lettering, I'm doing something more like this handkerchief. Now, I'm going to tell you, you see no puckering on this very sheer. I mean, if I were to open this up, this is, you can see probably see my fingers through it. In any case, this is a beautiful 100% cotton keepsake handkerchief. And one of my very favorite things to do, you know, Eileen, I do these all the time, and I do them for other special occasions. And one of the biggest secrets, and it's no secret, but one of the biggest tricks to getting this to look as pucker-free and readable as this one looks, it's the needle point type. Now, let me just explain about the labeling on your needles from dime. So, here you see a 965. Here you see a 965. Notice this one says SES. That means it's a ballpoint. This one does not say SES. It just says EBBR, just like this one does. So let me explain what all that means. What that means is SES just designates light ballpoint. The lack of the SES indicates this is a sharp point needle, and that is precisely what you want to use on this type of fabric, or really on any woven fabric, is a sharp point. But we do need to decide on what blade size is appropriate for the fabric. Now, in this case, the size 965 is appropriate for this lightweight fabric and also for this small lettering. So, don't be confused by the two numbers. The 9 is simply the American or US numbering system. The 65 is simply the European numbering system. So let me give you one more explanation. EBBR is simply indicating that this is an extremely friendly eye. meaning it is compatible in any size from 75/11 and up for your automatic threading. Let me grab this one, it will lay flat. For your automatic threading system on your multi-needle machines. It also is very, very friendly to the automatic threading systems on your single needle machines. So the EBBR indicates it is suitable for your automatic threading on multi-needle, any size from 75/11 and up. So there's one example of the handkerchiefs I love to do. And let me just mention, here's another example. Let me show you this one that is for graduation. I like to do them for lots of occasions. This one features our beautiful medley variegated thread. And in this case, we've not only used the 65/9 needle, which makes a very small footprint, we've also used the size 60 thread, which is best to use for anything under 1/2 inch. If your lettering is 1/2 inch or under, that's what I'm going to recommend. But again, notice no puckering. So a sharp point needle is part of that recipe. You know what the other part is? The stabilizer, of course. And the stabilizer that was used here is the sew and heat. And if you see the back of this, you'll see that you really don't see any stabilizer remaining. And that's because I pulled off the large pieces and I ironed away the remainder. So when you look at the front, there is no stabilizer show through and no puckering. So if you love to do handkerchiefs like I do, then I recommend that you get some sewing heat, because, you know, some people use the transparent water solubles. But when I use this sewing heat, I don't have to do anything but tear off the remainder, press it, and put it in a box. It's done. And that's the way I like to work.
You know, yeah, Deborah, Linda Davis had asked what stabilizer you use to make it not pucker, and that heat away is just an amazing product. And I love how you don't have to rinse away the stabilizer. I mean, there's applications for the sew and wash, but boy, something delicate like this, it is just great.
It is. And, you know, it never disappoints. Now, I will say I use 2 layers and I tear them away one at a time. And that is kinder to.
Right. And you're hooping them, Deborah? The 2 layers are hooped behind the handkerchiefs? Is it
correct?
Okay.
Correct. And often I get that question. Sometimes people think I'm using one on top and one behind, but no, they're both hooped behind the handkerchief. And That's absolutely right. In fact, it would really just make more work for you for no benefit.
Right, right.
So, you know,
and then,
yeah.
You know, Deborah, Stephanie Hardy, now this is kind of off topic right now, but I'm going to ask it anyway. She wants to know, will the Fuse So Soft stabilizer survive the dryer?
Absolutely. You know, the difference between the Fuse So Soft and what you buy in the store is the, in fact, we'll just put the Fuse So Soft back in view. The difference is the aggressiveness of the adhesive or the fusible. So the fusible that on the tricots in the store is much lighter than what we have. This, in fact, I'll tell you that I mended a shirt with a piece of our Fuse So Soft, and I've washed it many times, and I fused it on there to pull together a little hole, and it still still there. So I love the Fuse So Soft. It's very,
Yes.
very
So let's
genuine.
pop back to that hanky or well, this delicate collar that you're about to show, either one would be fine. But like Liza Schwartz, she's a little confused about the needle size that you use with the handkerchiefs and what type of stabilizer. And
Okay.
so, yeah, so go ahead and just repeat
So
that.
the needle size that I recommend highly for using with this type of embroidery, and isn't it beautiful? What a keepsake. I use a size 965 sharp, and I have to stress that if you don't have a 965 sharp, then by all means use the 1175 sharp. The main thing is that it is a sharp point needle, not a ball point. And the ball point doesn't actually have a ball on it, but it is a rounder point on the needle. So it makes a bigger footprint in your fabric. The smallest footprint you can apply in this fabric with a true embroidery needle is a size 965 sharp.
And then Deborah, for those delicate small letters, do you use a different weight thread, the 40 weight, or do you use a 60 weight?
Well, when I get them down to this size in the signature at the bottom, I like to use a 60 weight. And I try to always use the 60 weight in that lettering that's half inch, smaller than half inch. This lettering up here at the top, I could use a size 40 with a reduced density of 5 points. Here I'm using 4 points in a size 60 thread. Now that sounds really technical, but don't let it blow your mind, because it's not that critical. It's just that you want the least bulk, and that 60 weight thread creates a lot less bulk in your lettering, and it's just lovely and readable. And I will say this happens to be the Diana font out of the PEP software, the Professional Embroidery Pro. And I use that font quite a lot in my verses and things that I embroider on handkerchiefs, because it is a very readable font. And one reason it's readable, the centers of the letters, like the A's and the O's, don't close up even at the very small size. You see white in the middle of those letters because they are specially designed for, this is the Diana in the micro fonts, I should say. So that is my preferred font for a lot of my verses. So I hope that answered our viewers' question there, Eileen.
Yes, I think so. Definitely. You kind of cleared up some of that. Yep. I know that you have that compass. So many people have said, oh, I can't stitch without it. Every time they attempt a new embroidery project, they're spinning that wheel, but they're not playing roulette. They're really getting the right answer that they're seeking, which is, such a helpful tool. Really, it is. We just love that you did that.
Well, I love it too, because, occasionally, Eileen, I will come to a fabric I haven't worked with in a while, and I will just get my compass out and read what made me successful the last time I embroidered that fabric.
That's right. That's right. That's really good.
You can
Okay. So what else do you have in store? I know you have some other really fun stuff.
Oh, I do. In fact, as you can, I'm not really under the camera now, I've got a piece of shadow work. And as you know, I'm not really an heirloom gal, but some of these techniques I just can't resist. And this is one of them. This is a piece of shadow work. And to do this piece of shadow work, you actually stitch everything but the outlines on another layer. And this, in this particular case, and then you just do the outlines on top. It's a very simple technique. In this case, those other layers are embroidered on the first layer of this bib, but you could actually stitch it right on to adhesive sew and wash. And in fact, and I held this in the hoop with adhesive sew and wash. And adhesive sew and wash is wonderful anytime you don't want stabilizer on the back of your item. So in this case, you see, you don't want, it's a baby blanket, and you don't want necessarily stabilizer remaining on the back. So adhesive sew and wash is a perfect solution because that mesh will hold up during the embroidery, and then it just rinses completely away. And you know, Eileen, the nap blocker stitch in our software lets that star pattern just show through beautifully. So, but that was done on the adhesive sew and wash. And
yeah, Deborah, you know, I have someone said, "Oh, could we see what the sew and heat looks like, and also the sew and wash?" So I have a tube of each that I thought, well, you can see it pretty well right here.
yeah,
So this is the sew and wash, and you can see it's kind of a mesh type of material, and this is what we often use on for freestanding lace. And other applications. And then this is the sew and heat, which looks like a water soluble film, but you can see it kind of has that grid, you know, it has a little bit of a texture to it. And this is, you know, not a topper. This is that sew and heat that she talked about for the hankies. And that worked out really well. Right, Deborah?
exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't love to use the sew and heat as a topper as much as I do the water soluble. So each has its purpose.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're specialty stabilizers. They're not for every day.
That's right. That's exactly right. So now under the camera, I have something really tiny. That's another one of my adhesive sew and wash examples. And you see these socks that were done. And of course, on the back of a sock, you know, and believe it or not, that adhesive sew and wash leaves absolutely no residue. It's wonderful. So, you know, that is something that if that sock was against the skin, which in this case they're not, but it would make it more comfortable, right? So to embroider those socks, I just hoop some adhesive sew and wash, and I use my Sock Easy, which just lets the sock be stuck down directly onto that adhesive. We don't sell the Sock Easy, but it's a tool that's out there and it's great for doing socks. So how about let's go from socks to shoes. I've got some shoes that I love to
Oh, these are precious. Look at these little things. They're so sweet.
I had so much fun doing these. I'm telling you, they were a blast to do. And interestingly, you know, I was able to stitch them right through the labeling and everything without trouble. And they came out great. Now, the thing about these shoes, I couldn't hoop them, so I had to stick them down. And for that, I used our peel and stick, which is different from the adhesive sew and wash because it's simply a tearaway. It's not designed to dissolve. It's just a tearaway, but really a practical. The reason I love it so much is it has just the right tack and it has just the right weight of the tearaway. So it makes it friendly to a wide range of products. I also used it to do these tennis shoes. So again, you know, I can just stick down that really it's a fake tongue. They have another one that is behind it. So this is a really cute way to make a great gift for maybe that younger person in your world for Christmas. But the peel and stick is strong enough to really let me attach something this weighty. And of course, you may have yourself done some of these slippers. And again, peel and stick is the answer for those.
Oh, when you added jewels to them, that's adorable, Deborah.
Well, I like adding the bling. You know, I'm from Texas.
Yes.
But in addition to that, that is a great tip for anyone who sells their embroidery, because just those little 7 rhinestones on there would let you add, you know, more dollars to what you charge for that slipper set. So that's why I love it. Now, here is another sort of a shoe that I did, and that is a boot top. So you see the top of my boot here. Now this gets into a not just the fact that I did this on peel and stick, but and it has a zipper, so I was able to unzip, okay, and get into that boot. But the main point I want to make with this sample is the needle point type. Now, a lot of people, when you're doing a faux leather like this or a real leather, will tell you to use a leather needle. But leather needles are made for sewing leather, and they have a much different point type. It's a cutting point to help make those straight seams. It actually cuts the leather. Well, our stitches are way too close together to have a cutting point. So the correct needle type for this type of leather or faux leather is, and what I would recommend using on this, let me find it, here it is, would be an 1175 SES. And the reason, and that's a ballpoint. So you might say, Deborah, why are you recommending a ballpoint needle on leather when you just told us that they use cutting points? Why wouldn't you use a sharp needle? Well, the reason is because you want to poke out a perfectly round hole, and that leaves room for the thread to escape on the upstroke of the needle. Now, that sounds maybe a little complicated, but if you've ever stitched leather and had thread breaks, possibly the reason was because that leather closed up around your needle and broke the thread. So a ballpoint would be appropriate for this type leather. Now, here's another type leather that's very thin. This is a very thin real leather skin, and it's really fragile. It's really lightweight. So on this one, I would use a sharp point needle, because we want to make the smallest footprint possible. So all kinds of leather are possible as long as it is thin enough. Now, here is a piece of leather that I embroidered, and it is just a regular garment leather, and it's very soft and pliable, you can see, and it's no thicker than a dime. That type of leather is not going to be dangerous to stitch, but it does stretch. Leather has a certain amount of stretch, so I recommend that you use a cutaway stabilizer in most cases with your leather. Okay. So let me move some of these samples out of the way and get the next group.
You know, Deborah, before you do that, I'd like to just answer a question that someone had. She was, Diane Granberg was interested in knowing how you would hoop that, the tongue of the shoe. So I thought, I have this image here in the Hoop It Up book showing you, here you can see this is the hoop, and I have sticky stabilizer hooped in this standard hoop. You could also use our sticky hoop.
Great.
And remove that protective paper, and then you just finger press the tongue to that sticky surface. Now you want to make sure you keep the shoe out of harm's way, you know, so it's a little clunky, you know, getting this all together. You don't want the needle to hit the shoe. So you actually attach the hoop to the machine and then you slide the hoop into place. Otherwise, you won't be able to clear the foot with the shoe. So just take your time in doing it. It works great. Sticks right there.
That is a great picture, Eileen.
It is. Yeah.
It really shows exactly how you can manage such an item as the.
And so Holly, she says she struggles with vinyl. It tends to rip. And so she's wondering if she's using the wrong type of needle or size. So she is probably.
Sure. Yeah, I would say probably a lighter blade size, but you'd be surprised how much difference just the point type makes, Eileen, because if you're poking out that perfectly round hole, it's not as prone to rip as sometimes a sharp needle. However, it's just going to be a situation of what weight vinyl she's using, and maybe she's using some of that clear vinyl that I love to use on some of the projects where I want it to look like a window or a building machine or an aquarium, so just depends on your type of vinyl. And I would suggest, in your case, maybe, and if you're doing satin stitches, I don't know what stitch type you're doing, if it's satin stitches, fill stitches, whatever, but you may also want to play around with your density a bit, right, Eileen?
Sure, absolutely. Like we say, you have to control the variables, so if you use the predicted or the dependable recommendations of needle and thread and stabilizer, and you're still having trouble, well, then that could very well be density. And those holes are permanent in vinyl, so you have to tread softly.
Well, and that's the reason that so many people are afraid of vinyl and leather. But in reality, if you just, like you say, control those variables and find one that works, it will be really, my father was a leather embroidery specialist. And so I've never been afraid of leather because I didn't know we were supposed to be.
And, many people don't know that your father was actually a Western tailor. And I know, Deborah, that you and I have both enjoyed the country Western special on PBS that was, televised last year. And you saw one of your daddy's garments in that show, right?
That's right. And
that's awesome.
And there's some of his creations in a book that I have called 100 Years of Western Wear. So, that is my heritage. And so, of course, if you know anything about country Western music, they wear very flamboyant, embroidered and rhinestone costumes. So that's kind of where my love of bling comes from. And speaking of bling, this next sample has some on it too.
Awesome.
So let's take a look. This is a backpack, okay? And this particular design happens to fit in a 4-inch hoop, but we made it look bigger just by sprinkling some bling around it. And the interesting thing about this piece is that it is a nylon backpack, which is another fabric that has a tendency to pucker, especially in lighter weights. So another time that you would want to use a sharp point needle. Just like also on this little lunch kit.
Oh, gorgeous. Look at that. And that's so challenging. That rips up nylon, right?
Yes.
No puckers. It's gorgeous.
And lastly, though, we have this very lightweight wind jacket. And, Eileen, when it comes to managing the variables, here, I left out the fill stitches of that butterfly just so it wouldn't be so heavy on this lightweight. And even if you don't have software, you could just skip past those fill stitches, right?
Sure. Yeah, and those colors that you selected, those beautiful bright colors, just let that butterfly pop off. So if you had used a fill, it would probably compete with those beautiful colors. And if you used black, well, what's the point, right?
Right. So, this is a really treacherous fabric by many people's standards because it's difficult to embroider without puckering. But I already stressed the sharp point needle, but you know that the stabilizer type for this fabric is a medium tearaway. And you know, it's ironic, but a lot of people, and understandably so, because we talk about applying logic, your logic might tell you, oh, I need something very stable. And the most stable stabilizers we know are cutaways.
Yeah.
So why would we not use a cutaway with this slinky nylon windbreaker? Well, we just need the crispness of that tearaway. That's the explanation. So, you know, when you have that compass, it's going to say to use a tearaway. You know, Eileen, when I did a silk charmeuse scarf years ago, I used a no-show because I felt like, hey, this has the same hand as the silk charmeuse, and it's a cutaway. It's bound to be really stable. But in reality, the textbook stabilizer for that silk charmeuse was tearaway. And when I embroidered it with tearaway, all that puckering disappeared. So, and that reminds me, or that brings up another category of items, of samples here that I'll show you. Let me move these away, and I'll show you something that we've all done. In fact, it's sometimes our first project, a cup towel. And, you know, this is something that often we struggle with. And the cup towel here was done with a medium tearaway. And you see how full or how dense this design is. It's a completely filled rooster, or I guess it's a rooster. You farm people may correct me on that, but I think it's a rooster. Is not puckered, and it was not embroidered with a cutaway. It was most certainly embroidered with a tearaway, and you can still see a little bit of it down there at the bottom. So this is a good example. Here's another one of how you get the best result. There's that bling again.
Beautiful. How many of you like bling? Send us a heart or a thumbs up so we know how many people like bling. We had a couple people in here say, love the bling. Judy Warren and Joan Ledbetter, they love it. So I wonder how many others do.
And, you know, I don't know if you can tell it, Eileen, but if you really look carefully in this particular one, we have not only the rhinestones, but the mylar under the embroidery.
Yeah, pretty, very pretty.
So, you know, but again, the key is sharp point needle, medium tearaway. And, you know, that works in so many instances. Here's another example of sharp point needle, medium tearaway. This is a little big for the camera, but it's a pillow. And again, these wovens react the best with the tearaways. Now, that is, you know, like I say, the textbook stabilizer. And I think you'll find if you just give that a try, you're going to have good results with it. So let's, and here's a good place, I think, to maybe segue, Eileen, and talk a little bit about the metallic thread. So,
Let's. Yes. I have good stuff here.
all right, let's look.
Yep. Trying to keep up with my, so sorry. Trying to keep up with my cameraman. Sorry. Okay, so here's a pretty metallic.
Beautiful color.
Yeah, we love these, huh, Deborah?
Yes. Oh,
Our
yeah.
faves for Christmas. Red, gold, silver and yellow. Silver and gold. What am I talking about?
And we do have those available on the cyber special, I think, Eileen. But in any case, they're a beautiful set. That's absolutely perfect for our Christmas embroidery. That's for sure. And what some of you may not know about Kingstar is that it is used in the kimono industry in Japan, and it is extremely high quality. It doesn't twist and kink, and you can use it without using a special needle. So whatever is the correct needle for your fabric, go ahead and use it, because metallic needles are not required with Kingstar, right, Eileen?
It's awesome. It's just, whatever's in your machine, you can, as long as it's compatible with the fabric, it's awesome. And Liza Schwartz wanted to know, does the compass help with deciding on the needle size and the kind? Absolutely. In that lower window, it tells you the needle type and size for that particular fabric, right?
That's right. And the other thing about that is that in that needle sampler, any of the needles recommended on the compass are covered in the sampler. So you've got 65 9s, 75 11s, 85 13s, and 90 14s, all in both sharp and ballpoint. It's amazing. I don't think you'll find some of these needles anywhere else that are true embroidery needles, because Dime really put this kit together to be complete for any fabric type that you're going to be likely to embroider.
Absolutely. And, Muriel Butler is saying she can't find all the colors on the website. Well, Kingstar is so popular. It's been very challenging to keep it in stock. So the 3 colors that we have on the website right now are available. So we appreciate your understanding of that. It's been much more popular than we had anticipated, which is a great thing, right?
That's right. And, that red, silver, and gold, though, well, especially the silver and gold are colors you're going to use all year round. So, and here's an example. I'll show you on the camera a beautiful example of the metallic thread. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. On one of my favorite things to embroider, the Embroider Buddies. And you see that you can tell when you've had a bunch of thread breaks on metallic thread, and really there are no breaks on this example, and it's really makes it a pleasure to embroider with. Okay, I'm back, Sam, or Mr. Director. I do have a few points that if you'd like me to share my screen, I have a couple of points we can make if we have time, Eileen.
Oh, absolutely. We have time. Yeah, you're doing great. Okay. I have more sample, whatever you want to show.
Okay.
Diane Frampton saying, is Kingstar a polyester? Well, Kingstar is a secret.
Well, let me see if this is going to...
It's not really a secret. I'm just kidding. But it is unlike any other metallic that's out there. It's a very unique manufacturing process that gives it its beautiful fluid ability. So it's just gorgeous. And the best thing about it is you don't need a special needle, no specialty techniques on, horizontal, spool pin, or, vertical, anything like that. So it's awesome.
Right.
So while Deborah gets that going, I'll show you some other samples I have. Around Halloween time, I stitched this really fun sample that is a cat and a bat, and then this witch's swirly design, witch's broom. And you'll see in here that we have satin stitches and we have fill stitches. We have lots of open running stitches that give you this kind of movement throughout a design without a lot of weight. I get over here, this is a beautiful chain stitch. This whole collection of embroidery designs was digitized by our friends over at Embroidery Library. And I'm sure many of you know their work. That's just gorgeous. And then I actually free motion stippled all this quilting, and I used the same gold Kingstar metallic to do that, and no problems. In fact, long armors love Kingstar because it just stitches beautifully. And speaking of quilting, here is a whole table runner that I did in that beautiful Kingstar I use two different colors. I have our turquoise on the gold fabric, and then the gold on the reds and the teal, and, you know, just really lots of fun. Lots and lots of fun. And the beauty, no breaks at all. You can look at the back. The back is very clean. You know, I like to do my dime logo fabric for all of my backs and aprons and stuff, but isn't that fun? Oh, I just love that King Star, Deborah. Were you able to get your computer up and running?
I don't know. I think Sam is saying it just shows in our
black. Okay, so Donna Thread, somebody asked, can you show how to load the King Star? So I can do that. We can go over to the machine, but I thought first I would show you a really cool test. And here I'm going to open up a new spool, and I'll just peel off this plastic. And then I have to find that end, so bear with me while I do that. Because, you know, as I get birthdays, I don't get younger. So, okay, there we go. And here's the real test on a metallic thread. And I hope you can see this. But when you let it puddle off of the spool upside down, if it just goes in a very attractive circular pattern like that, that's an indicator of, you know, a thread that's going to flow through your tension disc seamlessly without getting kinked or knotted. So that's a really good test. You can do that with any of the metallic threads that are in your sewing room. And I imagine you would encounter some that are not as fluid as that. And then when I put it on my embroidery machine, I do that on the horizontal pin. I actually have another red on here right now. And so I just, now I don't have a needle on here right now because I'm set up to do some trick sewing later on without a needle. But let's go ahead and get our presser foot lifted. And, you know, if that were the case, then I would just thread it like that. But that's how I run it in the machine. Let me get out of the harm's way so we can show you on the wide cam so they can see how I loaded the thread just on the standard horizontal pin. And, you know, I don't use an end cap here because of this tapered spool. In fact, on all of my thread spools, I use the Exquisite. And because it's a tapered spool, I don't use a spool cap. I just leave it off because that's the #1 cause for thread breaks. If you were to have a spool you know, end cap here, look, you know, that thread is absolutely going to get caught between the end of the cap and the spool. It's, you know, that cap itself. So that's how I do it. Stitches beautifully. I love it. So easy. Okay. Yeah, Ray Glowinski Richardson said, I just got King Star and it is a game changer in caps. Absolutely. It is absolutely a game changer. And let's see, where can you buy your book? From the Hooping Stitchers, Hooping Sisters, whatever we were, the Stitching Sisters. This is on our website, dzgns.com. Go to books. And this is the Hoop It Up book, so you can definitely. Is it safe to use in the bobbin for freestanding lace? Yes, it is. Absolutely. And Deborah, I'm going to let you talk, and then I'm going to dig out some samples that have King Star top and bottom.
Okay, great. Well, you know, Eileen, it's not only safe, it's gorgeous, but I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, that's okay. We can put the PowerPoint up, and I just want to go over some principles because I know we went through those samples, you know, quickly, and I just want to show you also in some images why what I'm telling you is the case. So, all right, so here we have a light ball point and a sharp point needle illustrated. And here you very clearly can see that more rounded point on the ball point. So you can imagine it does make a bigger footprint in your fabric. That's why the sharp point eliminates that puckering to some degree. So the ballpoint tip won't damage knits. That's why we use the ballpoint. but the rounded tip doesn't penetrate wovens as cleanly, and the sharp points slide more easily through the woven fabric. Now, in this illustration, you see exactly how a ballpoint works. It spreads the yarn. It's designed to slip between those interlocking yarns, not damaging the knit. Whereas a sharp point could cut the yarn in your knits. And of course, that is very undesirable, but they are not going to cut your wovens. They will not damage your wovens. And if you look at the image at the top here, it's a little hard to see, but in this area right here, we have some puckering that was created by a ballpoint needle. When I switched to the sharp needle, that area is completely unpuckered. So remember, your quilting cottons love sharp points. That reason alone is enough to get that sampler kit, in my opinion. Using ballpoints on wovens can contribute to puckering. Now, another point to consider when you're choosing your needles is to choose the correct blade size. So heavy fabrics or seams can deflect a light blade and that blade can get pushed into your sewing hook, making a rough spot that might cause some mysterious thread breaks. So here you see how that works. You see how that seam is pushing that needle right into the hook of the machine. So a correct blade size completely eliminates that. So let's just talk blade size a minute. The 65-9 is a light blade size that's good for lightweight fabrics like those microfibers and for the fine thread sizes. You know, your groove guides your thread down to the eye. So a smaller blade with a finer, smaller groove, narrower groove is better for those light thread sizes like the size 60 weight. The 75-11 is the most commonly used. It's great for a wide range of fabrics. The 1385 is good for heavier fabrics like denims or even some of your heavier yarns. And of course, that good old standby 9014 is for your heaviest fabrics like webbing and embroidery over seams. So let's just go briefly into the stabilizer. Eileen, am I okay on time to talk about stabilizers a few minutes here?
You sure are. But, you know, before you jump over, I have a good question from Diana G.
Okay.
She says, if you're doing applique on a onesie where cotton is placed on the knit, do you still use a ballpoint needle?
Yes, you would still use a ballpoint needle because you don't want to damage the knit in that onesie. You've got to balance the recipe there to be friendliest to the garment, because that applique fabric's going to be fine. You don't want to damage that onesie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so now then, you know, back as Eileen alluded to, my father was an embroiderer, so I grew up in this business. And back in those early days, our tearaway was literally industrial paper towels. Can you believe that? And cutaway was dressmaker interfacing. We did not have these wonderful stabilizers that we have today. And they're mostly made out of polyester and cellulose. But you know that the stabilizers from Dime actually contain silicone to lubricate your needle. So it's really a superior type of stabilizer for a lot of reasons. So how do you know which one to choose? Well, in the Dime line, our stabilizers are what is called wet laid, and that means they have a really even distribution of fibers, unlike those bargain brands you can get on the internet. Those are called, in most cases, those are just random saturates, and you see how they might have stretch, how you might not have enough stabilizer in an area to give good coverage, and that's why you might be forced to use 2 layers. What kind of a bargain is that? So in the Dime line, you simply use 1 layer of light, medium, or heavyweight, depending on your fabric, and there's no need to double up. So in the Exquisite by Dime stabilizers, we have firm tearaway and soft tearaway, which you may not have ever thought about using a soft tearaway, but it's very nice, for example, inside a sweatshirt. I love it. It's great. It's comfortable, and it is a little more resistant to perforation than the firm type. So this is an example of the difference between firm and soft if you're doing something kind of detailed. So they'll both be suitable for a wide range of projects. Just something to keep in mind that the soft is available. I really like it for quite a few of my project types, especially fleece or sweatshirts. Now, when you're stitching with a crisp tearaway and you do something like this heart, the outline might not track, just for the reason that I showed you over here on a knit. It's broken down. It's not going to support that outline, is it? That's why on a knit, we probably should be using either a cutaway or a soft tearaway, which is a hybrid between a cutaway and a tearaway. So then you're going to get this result. So it's got more, a soft tearaway has more polyester in it. Great solution. I love it. That no-show cutaway that Eileen showed you in her onesie and that I used in mine is very soft to the touch. It has no stretch. It's actually made out of nylon, even though sometimes people erroneously call it polymesh. It is a nylon, and that makes it extremely stable and resistant to stretch. And when you use it in a garment, you don't see that shadow behind the design. So in the image on the right, you see the stabilizer shadow, don't you? But not in the one on the left. So it's great for standard knits. Here's a picture of the reverse side of an embroidery I did with one layer of no-show. And you see how beautiful the result is on the top side with the outline of the palm trees, and it's really beautiful. So you can get that kind of result with one layer if you hoop properly. So especially for beginners, if you are not used to hooping, maybe try the fusible no-show, because it is going to be bonded to the fabric and it won't allow your fabric to shift. So fusible no-show might be a great solution. Now here is a sweatshirt I did of my border collie, Einstein. And in this instance, because it's a big hoop, instead of using the no-show, I opted for the regular medium cutaway. And that's because it simply works better in a large hoop size. We also have a woven stabilizer called Stable Sport for those moisture wicking fabrics. And that makes it more like stitching on a stable fabric, like a woven. So Stretchy Knit Stabilizer is the name of this product. And as I mentioned, Polypro will work as well. Will work just as well. Now, here's a test that I like to do when I'm putting a knit into a hoop. There's actually two tests. In the first test on the left, that is called the snowplow test. So I like to run my finger lightly across the surface of the fabric. And if it doesn't bunch up in front of my finger, I've got good tension on that fabric. If it does bunch up or snowplow in front of my finger, then I need to rehoop. The other test is the lift test. You see how my thumb and forefinger are trying to lift that face fabric from the stabilizer, it should be somewhat difficult to do. And if you can easily separate them, you don't have enough tension on that fabric. So when you do cut away your cutaway stabilizer, I recommend you hold it by the stabilizer. Hold your garment by the stabilizer and cut 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch away from the garment. And that's simply because you want to have a little platform for your embroidery to stand up on. You don't want that sunken appearance, which can happen, especially with a really heavy design. So hold the garment by the stabilizer and just let it hang. And then you can just glide those scissors around the stabilizer. Tear and wash is a great solution for bed linens or any item that you will not want to see a residue on. So this is something you're going to hoop. It's not like the adhesive sew and wash, but it's a great wash away stabilizer. And just kind of wrapping up here, as I showed you with that nylon jacket, a heavy design can be done without puckering on the nylon, but you want to use a heavy, firm tearaway. Here I actually applied it to the peel and stick, but I added or floated a piece of tearaway underneath it just for some additional support, Eileen. So we can go back to the studio there. So I hope that enlightened some reasons why we use the needles that we do and the stabilizers that we do.
Oh, absolutely. People are, they're thrilled with these tips. They're saying, great tips. Thanks for sharing all this information. And they really, like Judy Warren says, she really appreciates Deborah's tips. Thanks again. So let's see.
Heather. I'm sorry, not to interrupt, but speaking of tips, one tip I do want to not get off the air without revealing to our viewers, and some of them know it, of course, but when you're trying to get that last bit of water soluble off of your items, I like to lay down a piece of moistened paper towel and iron over it. And when you lift it away, you're going to pull up all of that little tiny pieces.
Yes, absolutely. And then, so we had two questions. Heather Schminke wanted to know, do you put something on the back of the embroidery so it won't hurt, or scratch the baby? And we had talked about that earlier. We talked about using our Fuse So Soft, which is a lightweight tricot knit interfacing that we use to cover the back of the embroidery. After trimming that Fuse So Soft, the fusible no-show cutaway stabilizer. Right. And then Kathy Matchett wanted to know, what stabilizer would you use on a fleece blanket? She wants it to be soft on the back, but yet hold the stitches, so it doesn't disintegrate.
Well, as I mentioned in that group of slides I just showed, I love a soft tearaway because a soft tearaway is perfect for fleece and for blankets. Now, of course, if it's a little baby, I would use an adhesive sew and wash because you don't want any little pieces of stabilizer remaining that they could pull out and put in their mouth. That's right. That we don't want. But if it's just a fleece blanket, like a stadium blanket or something like that, I love to use a soft tearaway because it's really very compatible. It holds those stitches because, as I said, it's a hybrid between a cutaway and a tearaway. So it's ideal for any fleece project, whether it's a blanket or, like I said, like a sweatshirt. I use it all the time in sweatshirts too.
That's great. And so I thought I would show, if someone asked, can you use King Star in the bobbin? So here's a necklace that I stitched, and most certainly the wrong side is all the same King Star metallic. And in fact, it's so fine, I often can't tell what's the front and the right side and the wrong side. I have to really look at it. But isn't that beautiful? I mean, that's stitched just gorgeous. It's lovely. And it's fluid. Well, it could be softer. Here, I'll show you how bendable it is. It could be softer if I had rinsed in a hot water, really hot water, but I just use kind of a warm water so that
well, it's jewelry. You don't
yeah,
need
it's jewelry,
that. Yeah.
right? We don't want it to wrap around. We want it to stay nice and pretty stiff. Yeah. So anyway, so fun, right? That metallic.
Yes.
Someone in here had a great tip, Deborah, when I showed how I loaded on my machine. Now, her machine wants the thread to feed, I guess, under the spool, either under or over the spool. So she puts it onto the horizontal pin in the opposite direction, and that works just as well.
And that can have also a lot to do with which direction it's wound on the spool, because it can be different. Hey, there is a tip too that I can show with the King Star, and that is, we have all of our exquisite thread, which, by the way, we've got some great sets that I think we'll show our guests here in a minute. But all of our exquisite thread has what we call a snap spool that you can put the thread tail under. Everything except our King Star. So our King Star thread, I have a trick to show you how you can tie off that spool, and any time you put it back on the rack or put it away, you want that tail to be secured, I think. I mean, otherwise you're losing thread, right, Eileen?
Yes, absolutely. And, it's a little pricey, King Star. It's worth every penny, but you don't want to, waste it for sure. Do you want to do it, Deborah, or do you want me to? Can you do it?
I've got my camera here, and I've got a spool I can show it with. Sure, no problem. So, all right. So the other camera we're going to go to, and I've got it right here on my table. And I'll just demonstrate how we do that. So it's really, really easy. You're just going to take a length of the thread and hold it out to the side like this. Can you see that?
Not really.
Am I all the way in frame? I guess. Well, if you can't see it, let's see. Can you see it now?
It's a little dark though. Here, Deborah, why don't you talk through it while I do it?
Okay, you bet. All right, that'll be fine. Yeah,
I have to get my red spool.
Yeah, you've got a lighter background than me. It'll show better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So this is a spool that doesn't have that snap base. So we're going to just hold a length out to the side and rotate your hand or your wrist about 3 times, and then put that over the top of the spool and pull the tail back through the loop. And when you tighten it, it will it'll be secure. So that's how they tie it off at the factory. So just practice that, holding that length out there and rotating your wrist 3 times and slipping that loop back over the top of the spool and slide that tail through.
And I'll do it again so they can see, in case my camera work wasn't that good. But like she said, and really, Deborah, she's right. You need to practice this a few times till you really get it down. And so I'm just holding out the thread, twisting it on the one hand, and then I just loop that over the whole spool and pull taut. You want to get it off your hand.
There, you can see that knot forming as she tightens
right there.
And that's your little knot. And it's really simple to do once you get the hang of it. And you don't want to put tape on it or a rubber band or any of those things you read. You could slip a thread net over it. If you had one of those, that would be okay too. But it's really such a wonderful experience. If you haven't experienced King Star, you really should. But we have a thread, that exquisite polyester thread that we've got a kit that is a great one that we want to show you, because there are 2 kits actually, and maybe Eileen might want to show you the difference in the spool sizes.
So this is the big 60 spools, and that is of this size. This is Go ahead, Deborah. Tell them how many
Well,
meters.
that's 1,000 meter or 1,100 yards. Yes. And that's the regular size. That's the size most of us are used to using on our single needle machines. And then there's another kit.
Yeah, then there's another kit. This is going to make the camera probably a little angry, but here.
No, it looks beautiful, Eileen.
Yeah, and so that's 30 colors. Now this is the bigger spool. So here's the difference between the two.
Wow.
You know, if you're doing a lot of lace, of course, if you have a multi-needle machine, you probably want these larger ones. But if you do a lot of lace, you know, I really go through some of my favorite colors. So I find that these larger spools work out just great for on a single needle machine. Yep.
And these colors on both sets were hand selected to include all the color families. And so you're going to have a fantastic range of colors. And I think that anybody would love to add one of those to their embroidery area.
I mean, it's like a rainbow. It's like buying a rainbow. I wish it didn't have the shrink wrap on it, but look at all those colors. I mean, I have some of my absolute favorites in here. You know, there's some pretty greens and some really pretty oranges and, oh my goodness, pinks and browns. There's kind of, you know, a light, medium, and dark of several hues so that you can really get great shading, great highlighting of embroidery designs with this thread collection.
Yeah,
I love it.
And I will say, and it's absolutely true, Eileen, you know, I'm kind of old school. I used to use the rayon thread. Okay. And I thought there would never be a polyester thread that would get me to switch from rayon, but Exquisite was the thread that did it. And you see all these threads on my rack behind me. Yes. That is all Exquisite thread. That's all I use in my studio, other than Kingstar, of course. Yeah.
And, you know, Deborah, you know, secret that we shouldn't really talk about quite yet, but that 60 spool, we're going to release a wooden storage stand like it's this one that's behind me in a couple weeks. It's not here for Cyber Monday, but if you were to purchase the spool, you know, this collection now, you would be able to get that rack later on so that you can store all of, you know, your spools, which is a problem at home, right? You need a place to put it.
It is a problem. And, you know, this is a great solution. That's nice and compact, and to hold 60 colors, you know, fantastic.
Right. And the beauty of it is, you know, the pins are spaced appropriately so that these spools don't bump into each other, and, you know, there's enough space. So
and, you know, that is the problem, Eileen, with some of those that are sold on the internet. It just is, you know, they don't all work, especially on the ends, you know, they're wonky. And so this sounds like a great one. So if somebody bought that 60 pack today, in a couple of weeks, they could have a storage unit.
Right. And, you know, you and I know the history of those spools, you know, because these display racks, they were all designed for the rayon thread, which had a different base that was a lot tinier. So they're still selling the displays, but they're not selling, you know, we're not using that thread anymore. So anyway.
Well, you know, Eileen, I have to say, I'm dying to see the next teaser on your December door. I'm just
let's see. Maybe we can get our director to pop that in there.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
And that's it.
It looks adorable. I can't wait to see the whole thing with it when you actually release the door at 4.
Yes, I know. I had so much fun stitching it. And Deborah, you were here in the office. I was putting some final touches, and you were you really spoiled. It was so
I literally had to yell out loud when I saw it. That's so cute. So they're going to love it, Eileen.
Yeah, good. Well, you know, we've had a lot of people ask about the free shipping code. So I'm going to pop that up there on the screen. So the free ship code for this sale is free ship FF20. So use that when you're checking out to get your free shipping. All other special pricing is right on the website. And somebody's got a question about the dime door. Well, we're not even going to bring that up on the screen because we can't answer it just yet. Right? Yeah, so fun. Well, Deborah, you did a beautiful job today. You really did.
Thank you.
People are always so impressed with the wealth of your knowledge about embroidery. I mean, you have, really walked the walk for many years in this industry. And it's always interesting to hear your take on an embroidery challenge because you come to it from like a production background. When she showed the slippers, folks, I don't know if you noticed, but one of her points was, well, if you add bling to the slipper, then you can increase the price of the slipper when you sell it to your customer. So there you go. I love that.
Well, Eileen, I love embroidery. I'm more technical, and you're much more creative, and it's always neat to see things from a different perspective. So I really enjoy my embroidery, and I have had to downsize my studio quite a bit, but nothing makes me happier than to come up and create something. And this time of year, we've all got a lot of creating to do ahead of us.
That's right. And you're in your home studio today.
Correct.
Yeah. So you have a multi-needle and 2 single needle machines. I see you have a hat hoop there attached to a table.
I do.
It was always doing hats and so forth, right?
Right. Which, this time of year, hats make a great gift too. So there's a lot of things that I've got to embroider yet, but the great thing about it is once you have your idea and you have your supplies and you're in your embroidery area, wherever that is, then you can really enjoy this wonderful hobby. I mean, wow, during this time when we're having to stay indoors more than normal, I'm so grateful to have embroidery as a hobby and something to do.
I know, it's interesting you say that because yesterday I spent almost the entire day in my sewing room, and my husband at one point he said, if there was water and food up there, you would never come out. And we joked, and then we laughed, and then I said, "Are you jealous?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I thought, wow, how blessed we are to have this hobby and this, enjoyment to be able to just jump in there. Doesn't matter the time of day, the weather, just jump right at it. I know, it's awesome.
Well, thank you for having me as a guest. I really enjoyed sharing, and I know I'm going to want to go back and rewatch some parts of our other presenters today because it's just so much information.
So much information. And in fact, some people are just joining now. Sharon Cole, she said, need to rewatch. She came in late. Well, that's fine. That's the beauty of Facebook Live. You can get to watch, or YouTube Live, you can get to watch those rebroadcasts and at your own convenience. But, I have to give you a round of applause, Deborah, because you always do such a great job. So if you enjoyed Deborah's presentation, give her, a thumbs up, throw her some hearts, because, it takes a lot of guts and preparation to do these kind of things. And so I really appreciate your time, Deborah. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Okay. All right. So in a little bit, coming up next will be Aine McCarthy, and she's got lots of fun stuff up her sleeve that we'll talk about. But in the meantime, I am going to show you how to hoop a pair of blue jeans in a medium-sized hoop, like a 5x7. So let me just clear out these threads that I had here on the table. And I also want to show you, someone asked about our quick snap, our multi-needle hoop. So first I thought I would just show you a standard multi-needle monster hoop. And our monster hoops, actually, you can use 2 ways. So when you attach this to the machine, you can have the magnetic bottom underneath. And when you do that, you then have the ability to have your t-shirt, let's say, or tote bag hanging down underneath of the throat of the machine. And I could probably show you some examples of that in our monster hoop. Our Hoop It Up book. Right in here, we have a really good article on the difference between, I should have had this tabbed. Sorry about that. The difference between tubular items, 46. Let's see, we'll go over there so you can get a good look. Right here, you can see on a t-shirt, you're able to slide that whole t-shirt onto the machine, into the hoop, and yet, the body of the shirt hangs underneath the throat. Unlike a single needle machine where you have to nest the entire shirt above the machine bed or it will stitch together. So this hoop allows you to do that. You would hoop your t-shirt with the design area right here and the bulk hanging underneath. But if you're doing flat items like towels or quilt block or something like that, then you can also hoop your item this way with the magnetic frame on top. It's your preference, whichever you prefer. Now, we do have another product, which I can't seem to locate right now, but I did bring it over here. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and do the jeans. So in a 5x7 hoop, okay, well, let's talk about this first. Here, I did find it. So here is our Quick Snap. Now, Quick Snap Monster attaches to the pantograph of a multi-needle machine. You remove the arms, right? And the arms are what stick out and hold your hoop. So you snap this hoop into the arms. So on your machine, you would remove that and place this device on that pantograph, and you would use the same screws to tighten it. Now, when you go to stitch a pant leg, right, you would stitch it just like this, and the throat of the machine would be, caught underneath, not caught, but it would be in the tubular area of the hoop. It's not a very good, it's really hard to demo this without the machine, and I don't have a multi-needle machine in this space to show you. But on a flatbed machine, if I'm going to embroider on the seam, like the outside of a pair of jeans, I would open the inseam, because I'm probably not going to embroider on the inseam, right? So I open the seam, and I do leave a portion closed if I can. As long as I'm not doing the hem area. If I'm doing about, mid-calf and all the way up to mid-thigh, then I can leave this already in place, and it's just less resewing later on. So then I get my 5x7 snap hoop, and I would place my stabilizer over it. But, by now this place is an absolute mess, so I have no idea where that piece of stabilizer is. But what would happen first. So I just position that flat bottom and then open up the design area. I most certainly would have a template so I know where I'm going to stitch, and then place that magnetic frame inside that pant leg, drop it in place, align the hoop, pull that nice and taut, and then when I go to the machine, I make sure that I wrap the whole body of these blue jeans around the machine so that they're not dragging off the table and pulling the hoop with it. So that's how I do that. And I love that, those doing blue jeans. They're really quite popular to wear and to enjoy. And then I have, I guess it's time for our guest to come on. So let's see if we have any comments before we go ahead and do that. Oh, and Heather Schminke, you did come in. You probably didn't see the beginning because you asked, does the magnet interfere with the electronics on your machine? And you were told not to use a magnet near it. Heather, we were all of us were told that, 20 years ago when the first embroidery machine became available for the home market. And they were right. I mean, we didn't even put magnetic pin cushions near the machine at the time. But also back then, the brain of the computer unit of the machine was pretty big. Today, it's about the size of your thumbnail, and it's in a highly insulated area. And we showed you how when you attach I can show you, I'll separate this hoop so you can see. So this is the magnetic part of the hoop, right? You can see it's nice and strong. It holds my scissors in place. But then when I attach my fabric and I have my metal base in place, and then I try to put those scissors on there, they won't stay. They will not stay. They just fall. Because the magnetic force is now stopped by the metal base, and they do not they do not harm your machine. And you can imagine how many magnets are in this building, and there's probably about a dozen embroidery machines, and we have never had an issue. And the testing that goes through and getting these hoops to market is very extensive, and we've never encountered a problem. And if we did, we would not release that particular magnetic hoop for that model, because we know that it would be an issue. So we've never had an issue. And thank goodness, because everybody loves them, and they've made embroidery so much easier. They really have. They really, really have. So speaking of, I thought I would just do one more short center chest embroidery. I thought I'd show you in an 8x8 hoop, because we're kind of on medium hoops now. So here is a great big shine on that I'm going to stitch in metallic thread. I actually already did this on a black t-shirt, and I just loved it. And I have my fusible no-show mesh applied to the wrong side of the design area. And then I have selected an 8x8 hoop, and I'll remove that protective shield, and I will turn my garment inside out. And I even pull the sleeves, everything inside out. And then I lay that over my shirt. Now, I could get really fancy, and I could use my pal. So I think I'll do that. I've moved it all around now. Okay, and I'm kind of eyeballing in the center here. I don't have rulers on the bottom, and you all saw that earlier, how handy they are if you do that. And then I can open up the design area, and I can align that laser with my template. And now this is a big hoop, right? This is an 8x8 hoop, and my design is only about 6.5, maybe 7 inches. And I'm going to slip that inside. And it takes a moment or two, because you're going to have all these folds and so forth. So you want to work the shirt out of the design area. And then we pull on that shirt and make it nice and taut. And you can do that because, first off, I have stabilizer fused to the wrong side of the t-shirt. And because this is a flat hoop, I don't have to worry about it distorting the fibers as I pull the fabric. Now, when I'm ready to go to the machine, I just place my magnetic shield, my plastic shield underneath, pick it up, and that's how I will transport it over to the machine. And when I attach it to the machine, I center the needle right here. I can check the alignment by going north and south and making sure that the foot travels along the crosshair as I do my trace feature. And if it doesn't, I can use either the angle finder that we showed earlier, or one of the features in my machine to rotate that design if it's off a degree or two. But actually, a design like this, shine on, that is stitching not in an absolutely perfect horizontal fashion on the shirt, I don't have to really worry about it if it's a degree or two off, because no one would ever know. I love that. Nobody would ever know. So let me just move this one big box of thread out of harm's way, and we'll get to our next segment. So, okay, just want to let other people know more about, okay, I use mine to do edge-to-edge quilting, Marianne Dottie. I know, I love the edge-to-edge quilting. I have a quilt over there on the Weightless quilter that we'll talk about later on. Okay, so I know many of you are probably familiar with our educator, Aine McCarthy. And Aine hails from Keller, Texas. And she, so that's a neighboring town to our office right here, which is a great thing. Aine is a passionate embroiderer and sewist, and she has decades of sewing experience. But beyond that, she's also a certified veterinarian and degreed veterinarian. She is just a delight to spend an hour with. So I think you're going to be thrilled with the samples that she shows you. But before we welcome her, I thought I would show you her November door. So if we could go ahead and bring that up. Look at Aine. So I'm going to let Aine come in a moment and talk to us about her door, and because it has a very personal history. So let's see what Aine's going to be talking about. Hello.
Hi, Eileen. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm great. I have been watching since noon, and I've had a blast, and I hope that all of the viewers have had a blast too.
Good. Thank you, Aine, for your kind words. Aine, why don't you tell our friends about your door?
Oh, when you first showed me, and I got a sneak peek, I'm going to confess, and it immediately suggested what I was going to do with this. So when I was in grade school, on my way home from school, we walked home, and we lived kind of out in the country. I had to walk by this blue-green barn that had all kinds of, I think it had about maybe 5 or 7 horses in it. And so I was horse crazy from a little girl. So every afternoon after school, I would stop and pet the horses. I would play in the hayloft. I would watch as the caretaker, trimmed their feet and fed them and petted them and groomed them. And in fact, it got to so bad that my mom would even tell me before I left for school, now don't stop at the barn on your way home. You come straight home. And so I just fell in love with horses. So this is my tribute to that childhood memory. So there I am right there in grade school with the letter A, stopping by to pet the horses.
And so, folks, I just want to show them how she changed it. So, she added half a door, so she could add her horse, and then the little girl, and of course the colors are all hers. It's beautiful. I love that. Just love that. Yeah, you did a great job.
So that's what that barn looks like. It's not there now anymore, but it will always be there in my memory.
Yeah. I think we have a little feedback. Do you hear that, anybody?
Do I have feedback still?
Maybe it's just me.
Okay.
I'm wondering if it's your computer. Yeah, they are getting a feedback also.
Okay. Let me do one thing. I'm gonna replug my mic in.
Okay. Yeah, we're working on the feedback, everyone. So thanks for your patience. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, we understand. Yeah, I thought it was my computer too, but she's working on it, and we'll start up in just a moment. Aine has, wait till you see the samples she has coming up. Oh my goodness, she has variegated thread samples. I saw somebody asked earlier, are you going to do anything on variegated thread? And so that's one of the topics she's going to talk about. And what else is she going to talk about? She has some beautiful jewelry, and and lace charms, and she's also going to be talking about sticky hoop. Yes. And yes, we do know that when we're both on is when we hear the echo. So the worst comes to worst, we can just let Aine talk and we can turn my mic off. That would work out okay. Linda Soder wants to know, where did you get the horse head in the design? So maybe when you come back, if you want to talk about that. But okay, so Aine, unmute yourself on your computer, and let's see.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
That's great.
Better.
Great.
Okay, I unplugged and replugged in. How's that?
That's wonderful. That's
Okay,
wonderful.
yay,
Thank you so much.
yay. Okay. All right. So the horse head, you know what? As a lot of us do, I have quite a few embroidery designs, and this was just in my little digital stash of embroidery designs.
And I bet you had Perfect Stitch Viewer that helped you find it really easy, right?
I absolutely had Perfect Stitch Viewer to help me find it because it was in my big folder called Animals. And with Perfect Stitch Viewer, I found that horse head, and it was just perfect, fit in that doorway just perfectly.
It sure does. That's awesome.
Great.
Okay. All right. Well, Aine, what are you going to share today? What's the first thing you're going to talk about?
The first thing I'm going to talk about is one of my absolute most favorite products, and it's brand new. And I think somebody wanted to hear about it earlier in the broadcast. So let's just get right at it. And that is the sticky hoop. How's that? The sticky hoop. This is brand new. So new this year. This is a one-piece metal hoop, and you use it by loading it with adhesive stabilizer on the back of the hoop. It holds embroidery projects without using a top frame. So that's what it looks like. And in both the 5x7 and the 6x10 sizes, you get 25 pre-cut sheets of adhesive tearaway included. Okay, how do you use it, or where do you use it? You're going to use it when you are hooping up and embroidering bulky items like plush animals, embroider buddies, or slippers, or even those shoe tongues that you showed just a few minutes ago, Eileen, or zipper cases, or even with continuous embroidery. So let me just show you the sticky hoop. And here it is under my camera. And it's a one-piece metal hoop, and this is where it attaches to the machine. I flip it over, and this is where I've loaded adhesive tearaway on the back. And with all adhesives, you have the protective paper, so I'm going to peel that off. And you can see this is sticky. This is the sticky part. And look at how easy it is to embroider something like, these embroider buddies. Now, these are plush animals, and they have a skin. This is where you unzip it at the bottom, and there's a big stuffing pod that goes in here, and you would embroider the tummy, which is, a plush animal. So isn't he cute, this little hedgehog? So it's so easy to put that right here on there and stick that down, place that. Now, you can imagine that if you try to put, now this isn't the top frame that fits this hoop, but it fits the camera really. If you try to put that top frame on top of that, that just is not going to work. And so just having the bottom frame works so well. But not only that, if you're doing slippers, like these slippers, make a great Christmas gift for somebody that's a little older or even has trouble bending out to, attach their slippers because these are Velcro. So you just flip them over and you put them right there on the sticky. And now you are ready to embroider something like that. And again, if you would try to bring the top frame over, it would interfere there. If you're doing cosmetic cases that are the train case style where the top flips open, you put that right on there and look how easy it is. You press that down, get that design centered on here, and you are ready to take this to the machine. Beautiful. But one thing that I really discovered that I love it is if you're going to do edge stitching like this one, I did edge stitch on a napkin. And if I was going to do that to the other corner, I just bring that corner in. I've got my design marked, pretend I've got my design marked right there. I press that right on to the stabilizer, and I can take that right to the machine. Even not only that, but if you're doing, let's say, continuous lace, especially if you're doing continuous lace on something that's sheer like chiffon or a really sheer tulle or nylon netting, you would do your first hooping and your first design, and then on your second hooping, you would press that right down on there, and that keeps that chiffon just absolutely in place. And that's why I love this sticky hoop. Has so many uses. One of the best is with this. Now, this is the magnetic hoop clip. And it's so great because the Dime products are named for exactly what it does. It looks like the top of a clipboard, right? Well, it's got a very strong clip here. And then on the back, it's got two very strong magnets. You put that on the bottom of the sticky hoop and it attaches right there to the bottom, just like that. Then you can bring over a build hat like this ball cap, and you put it right in that clip. Press that hat bill down. Your design is marked here. You press that right on that sticky, and you are ready to sew. Now, I bet I know what you guys are thinking. I bet you're thinking that, heck, I got a snap hoop monster. I'll just use the bottom of that for this. Well, I'm going to have you take a look at a 4x4 snap hoop monster. That's the bottom frame. Then look at the back. They had these suede strips on the bottom of the metal hoop that protects the machine bed as this metal hoop.
I was muted. Sorry. Looks like we lost Aine for a minute. She'll be back. Occasionally this happens during the broadcast.
Am I back?
Are you there, Aine?
Am I back? Am I
Yep,
back?
you bet. Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
you
back.
are.
So I was just showing the difference now on the back of this sticky hoop underneath here, and I've got the stabilized there. You don't have those suede strips, so you don't have to worry about that being either damaging on your machine bed or tearing those suede strips off. So that's one of the great items for this year. I just absolutely love this hoop. So let me go back. Let me go then to our next design collection. And truly, this is one of my favorites. And Eileen, you developed this, I think, last summer or almost a year ago. And I am still having a lot of fun with this design collection. And that is the lace charms. Now, these are 34 different designs that are small. They're the size of a charm. And there are animals and boots and shoes and hearts and icons from the fashion industry and even holidays and the beach. And you can sew them with or without an eyelet. And so what do you do with them? Well, you can hang them from your purse. You can use them for zipper pulls on your zippered bags. You can put them on your scissors, and you can even put them as a wine glass charm. I love the fringe earrings. I make those, and I make some extras to hang on a necklace, so I have kind of a coordinated set. You can resize them and put them in Christmas ornaments, those do-it-yourself globe ornaments with tinsel or some fake snow or something. You can resize them and recolor them, and I made this entire ensemble for Christmas just from the lace charms.
They're so cute.
Right, cute? Should we take a look at some of them?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. There they are. Let me go to the camera. There we go. Maybe shine a little bit more light. How's that? That's a little bit better. This is the collection that you would look for, lace charms. And you can see there's boots and shoes and sailboats and flip-flops, hearts, butterflies, llamas, and you can even personalize them. You can take them to your machine and put a monogram on them. Little Easter eggs, and these ones, this is without an eyelet, this is with an eyelet. Beautiful lace hearts, that pocketbook I love, and of course I love the Scotty. And in fact, sometimes I sew out some of these lace charms and I put them on my dime door. So this was the June door, I think, Eileen, and I kind of morphed this into the Emerald City door at Oz. And there's Toto right there.
That's so cute, Aine.
Yes. So that just, it reminded me of the door to the Emerald City. So these are so adorable. You can resize them. There's the sleigh. You can resize them and make them into ornaments or little decorations. There's the wreath. That's the original size. They resize perfectly, just perfectly. And in fact, I used this to make a gift card holder, and I used this My Lace Maker software, and I used the wreath to decorate the gift card holder, and it makes it very special. You can resize them and change the colors. So there's the original Chanel jacket. You can resize it and add fringe in Pep or My Lace Maker and make a little Santa jacket. You can resize them and make them real big and add the fringe. And now you've got a little ornament. And we're going to be talking about, here's the tease, we're going to be talking about variegated thread. And you can see how I use the variegated thread on the lace charms. So there we go. And Eileen, I'm going to go back to you. What do people think of the lace charms? They like that?
Myself so that we wouldn't get any feedback. Oh yeah, they like Deborah Morgan. She just loves the lace charms and the jewelry. Also, I know you're going to be talking about that. And let's see, Sharon Cole says she loves the lace charms and she likes seeing how to use them in other ways because we all look at our embroidery kind of maybe one-dimensional. We have one thought and we follow that through. So it's great to see other people's ideas. Especially for things that we already have, right?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And the sticky hoop, were there any questions or comments on the sticky hoop?
No, they love it. And Veronica Morrison says she's always looking for good zipper pulls, which is great. But let me go back and see if there's any. Well, yeah, Viking and Bernina owners want a sticky hoop. So they've been asking when. And Viking is set to come out in January. That doesn't mean January 1. It's a long month, so we're shooting for January. And then others have asked about Bernina, and I said that's in development now. So, we're most certainly aware of all of our machine owners, and, we like to get that product to them as quickly as we can. But, we look like a giant company, but actually, we're a pretty small company. So we're not really able to release multiple hoops at one time. And so thank you for your patience and waiting for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then Donna G says she loves the fringe. So I know she's talking about some of the pretty samples that you had. You added fringe to the jackets and stuff, but I know we both have fringe earrings on that we love. So
yes. What is it about fringe? I just love the fringe earrings.
Just love.
I just love them.
Yeah.
Just love them.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to talk about that with the lace jewelry.
Yeah. And then Evelyn Reeves is having some trouble getting them to download. So Evelyn, just contact our customer service and they'll be able to help you. And Linda wants to know, will we be adding more lace charms? I don't have any lace charms on the drawing board right now. I just finished the jewelry collection. So, but, thanks for asking. I most certainly will keep that in mind.
Yes.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
What else do you have, Aine?
I am also going to talk about, I just love thread. I think I take after Deborah Jones. I just love thread. And one of the threads that I am discovering lots and lots of uses for is variegated thread in machine embroidery. And I know a lot of us have variegated thread. We see it on our shelves or our thread racks, and we're not really sure what we can do with it. Well, here's some ideas. Now, variegated thread is a multicolored dye pattern along the length of the thread. This is not individual colors of thread twisted or spun together. The actual single thread is dyed. So you will find this as an example in our medley variegated polyester thread by Exquisite by Dime. This is a precision dyed blend of maybe 3 or 4 colors that repeat at random intervals. There's 15 different combinations. You may have seen this type of display at your dealer. This is a 40 weight polyester thread, and it's kind of a triple threat thread. You can not only use it for machine embroidery, but think about this for quilting or even for sewing. Now, designs that use running stitches work really well with variegated thread.
And
Yes.
sometimes I know it kind of kicks in and out. I just wanted you to know I do have good examples
Okay.
of the spools that make up the variegated thread. So when you're ready to switch to that, we can most certainly can talk through that. They're kind of you let me know when you want to talk about that.
Okay, I will give you a cue for that because we're going to talk about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And these cups also use a variegated thread. It kind of reminded me of embroidery that I used to do when I was a little girl. Those random pink and purple tones help you avoid that striping that you can kind of get sometimes in the shades and highlights with variegated thread. So this one, I think, used the medley summer berries, beautiful pinks and purples. And I even use variegated thread in lace designs. So lace designs, whether they be freestanding or sewn on something, don't all have to be one color. I sewed this jean jacket with lace designs that I sewed out in the medley denim blues. I also did it on the front, matching designs. And for quilting, it is really cool to think about using variegated thread for quilting. This quilt block, and this design is from the Pebble Passion Quilting Designs, was sewn with medley forest. Look at the variations in the greens and the dark greens that you get when using a variegated thread for quilting. And nobody says that you have to use the same spool or the same color throughout your design. Look at this gorgeous butterfly sewn out with 3 different shades or 3 different spools of the medley variegated thread. That gorgeous butterfly, and same thing with this feather. 3 different colors used. Now I know we've got a variety pack, and Eileen, I'm going to let you show what's in the variety pack, but why don't I show you some samples first and of all of the things that we can do with a variegated thread. And I show you these first. Let me turn that down just a little bit. One more.
Wow.
So this is one of the variegated threads. Remember when we had the solar eclipse about 3 years ago? I was so fortunate enough to be in the line of totality. In fact, I was about 12 miles from the actual zero line, and it rained all day. We were one of 2 places in the entire country where it rained, but it seemed like the clouds parted at just the right time, and we actually saw this corona in the solar eclipse. So I saw this design, and yes, I'm going to sew this out. So this is one of the medley. It's called Sunset. And so it does give that glow in the dark type of feel. And have you ever thought of using variegated thread in your serger? Look at this in the upper and lower loopers. And if you're lucky enough to know how to do a rolled hem, I think that would be really cool for the variegated thread. And I used the variegated thread. I made this little quilt block. It's one of the designs from our Stipple Design Collection Sassy Cat. So one of the borders have these cute little fish along the top and bottom border and the side border. And look how wonderful that looks. How much movement when you use a variegated thread. It's so cool. And lace. I love sewing lace with variegated thread. This gorgeous design is in a pastel motif. These are the lace designs that I used in that jean jacket. And I even made lace designs for earrings that match. And in this one, you see the striping. I wanted that. I like that effect, how it did the striping on that fringe. And you saw these, remember these from the lace charms? You sew these out in the variegated thread. And if you have an ugly Christmas sweater party, wouldn't these be cute as invitation accents or wine glass charms, or even little presents. And again, those lace charms, you add the fringe and the variegated thread, and it looks just cute. And in our Perfect Embroidery Pro software that Ashley showed you a few hours ago, I changed the direction of the stitches using the variegated thread, and now I've got a little plaid sweater, still with that lace charms jacket and with fringe on the bottom. Now, if you're not really sure what your variegated thread is going to look like, you can do a couple of things, or you can kind of think like, I'm not sure how it's going to look. I like these two. I'm not sure how it's going to look. Just get a little test pattern, kind of like this. This has got a steel stitch, some satin stitches, and a complex fill. And I sewed it out. I don't mind this. I think that complex fill is kind of cool. I like this carnival striping and this in the satin and the steel stitches, but I don't think I like it too much in that complex fill. So that's important to do, a test stitch out, so that you are not disappointed in what you're doing. And if you want to make sure that you remember what your variegated thread looks like, I did this. I go into my Perfect Embroidery Pro and I just pull out and just make a 3 or 4 inch run of a steel stitch. Don't put anything but a center underlay in there. So I got a steel stitch with a center underlay, and I just sew that out with the various spools of thread, and I mark it, and then I can cut it apart and stick it in the top of my spool of thread so that I know what the carnival looks like. And then for coordinating colors, and this, Eileen, is where I'm going to go back to you. Each of the medley variegated threads have the component colors that you can use to sew out. And you've got an even better design set to sew out and show what the colors will do in a running stitch and a complex fill and in a steel stitch.
Right. And, you know, I played with the variety. So let's go over to the overhead cam so that you can see, like, here's my denim blue. And I made a pieced small, fabric. So white, medium, and a dark tone. And then I stitched my denim blues, variegated thread in that satin column, just like Aine did. And then I also did a complex fill. And you can see when it's a short distance that the needle has to travel, you get a more striped effect. When it's really going in a long, long line, it truly looks like denim there. That's pretty cool. I learned a couple things when I did this. I also did some run stitches so I could see the look that it would produce, and then also how it would pop, whether it would pop from the light, medium, or dark fabric. And then I also learned that, when you press your seam allowances to one side, well, you can't see that, but I did that here, you get a little blip in your satin, right? So probably don't want to do that. I know quilters tell us that we want to press our seam allowances to one side, but I often like to press them open if I'm going to embroider over top so that I don't get that ridged effect. And then here is the summer berries. Just the very same sample. But now take a look at my complex fill. I changed the direction of the fill. This one goes on a diagonal, and this one goes on a horizontal. And now I truly get that striped look, which may be something I'm going for. It depends on the application that you're using here. And then here's our green, forest greens. That's beautiful. I love those greens. And then when you look at the colors that make up that variegated spool, when you look at them separately in this grouping, you might think, I probably wouldn't put that neon with that kind of dusty green. But boy, in the variegated itself, it's a nice blender. Imagine on a leaf or some foliage, it would really do well for sure. Same with the summer berries and the denim. Like them, huh, Aine?
I just adore them, and I adore that stitch out. That really, you have a stitch out like that in your reference library, and that really does help.
Right. And our variegated thread is now loaded in Perfect Embroidery Pro. It's a palette in all of our software that you can choose. So you can look at a design and it will appear in the variegated thread, which is wonderful.
Yes, that is so helpful. I love to see that in Perfect Embroidery Pro. I bring my threads in so that I can see a realistically, I know it's on the computer monitor, but I get a realistic look of how the threads are going to behave in the design.
And also, Aine, in Perfect Embroidery Pro, I'll bet you do this. I often change the color of the screen to match the fabric that I'm working with. So if I'm working on, like a dark gray or a hot pink, I actually change the screen right in Perfect Embroidery Pro. I can do that. And then all the threads that I'm debuting are lifelike as they would be on the fabric that I'm about to stitch.
Yes,
now
indeed.
we do have one question from Ray Richardson. She says, did anyone else lose sound? So if in the comments, would you just give us like a thumbs up, or just let me know that you can still hear us, because some of the comments, the frequency has kind of decreased. So I'm wondering if you and I are just talking to each other here, Aine.
I know. Like, are we the only ones listening to ourselves?
Right. Good wouldn't be the first time, right?
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely
those are beautiful. I love the variegated thread. There's, what I really love to use variegated thread for is quilting.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
And those sew outs of the steel stitches, that saved me, because when I was auditioning some of the threads to do that little fish with, I brought in that carnival that had the blue and the pink and the ivory. Well, the ivory disappears on that ivory linen fabric that I was working with. And I thought, nope, that's not where you want. And so I made that mistake before. Some of your design just totally disappears.
Good. Okay. So they're saying loud and clear, and our friend Ray Richardson, she turned hers off and on, and now she's all good. So that's great. Yeah.
Very good.
And Alma says she loves your doggy quilt. Where can I find it?
This one right here. This is Stipple Dogs.
Stipple Dogs. Yeah. It's in the shopping cart. So go to quilting, look up Stipple Dogs, and it's right there. It's very reasonably priced. I don't want to say the number, but because I'm sure I'll be wrong. But isn't it fun though? So it's raw edge applique, right, Aine?
It's raw edge applique. And I know you can't see it, but what I did in so many of these, knowing that it was raw edge applique, is that I used felt, or I use a wool, because that's not going to ravel. Plus, that gives you the texture that you would expect, on the dog's face. So it's got gray wool, it's got white felt, and this was so much fun to do.
And super easy. You hoop the batting and block fabric and stitch color 1, which is this quilting, and there's a hole, and so it tells you, okay, we'll cover the hole with the applique fabric for his face, and it's layered, super easy.
And even the fact that it's so much fun making the blocks, the hardest part is deciding what fabric to use.
Yes.
And then once you've got the blocks made, because of your technique, Eileen, with the reversible sashing, you sash it and assemble the blocks, and before you know it, you've got the entire assembly of the blocks done. You bind it and you're done.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of our viewers wants to know the name of the Halloween designs. I don't know the numbers, but they were from Embroidery Library. I'm sure you could just go there and search for bat and cat and witch, I would imagine. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. What about, is everybody ready for some decorations? Some of our own decorations we can decorate ourselves?
Sure.
Some jewelry. Let me go back. You guys, it is that time of year when we got to think about giving gifts or decorating our houses. Well, what about decorating ourselves? Or you can even give these as gifts. And this is Eileen's new lace jewelry collection. And it's a rare treat to have the developer, the designer of an entire collection here with us. So Eileen, you designed these new lace jewelries, all lace, all freestanding lace. You've got earrings and bracelet and necklace designs. I'm just going to tease and show a few pictures, and then let's go back to you, or I'll show my samples and you can show yours, whichever way you want to do this. But here are some of the things that you're going to see. Look at the scale of these earrings and how gorgeous these sets are, all sewn out. Beautiful. You can sew them out either as the earrings either on wire hooks or on posts, and any color you want, any thread you want. There are coordinated sets. You can do a pendant, and you can do matching earrings. So let me show my samples. Think first. Let's see if there we go. And, you know, I absolutely love these because I have always wanted to wear large earrings, but the weight of them keeps me from doing that. So these designs are just gorgeous. Look at this set. You know, the scale. I love this design. And I went to my thread rack and said, which is my favorite color? I sewed that out and we've got the set. They're just gorgeous. And I think, Eileen, you showed these also with the metallic, King Star metallic in the bobbin and in the top. And like you said, you can't detect which side is which. And then with the earrings to match, beautiful set. Now we just talked about variegated thread, very same design. And look how gorgeous these are in the variegated thread. And I think this one is Amber Glow. And I put the variegated thread in the top and in the bobbin because I wanted to make sure that they looked as good on the back as the front. Perfect fall earrings and designs. These were addicting. I couldn't stop sewing them out. The beautiful leaves.
They're
And
really pretty, Aine.
they are gorgeous. And as a lot of people do, I wear a lot of black during the winter and just some classic stylish black earrings in this beautiful design with, of course, the fringe. And you can just tell I put a set of hot fix crystals, not enough to make it really blingy, but just enough to give it a little interest. I think these are the ones that you're wearing, Eileen. And I sewed mine out in kind of an ice white thread with an ice blue accent strip. And again, put some really blingy AB crystals to show those off.
They're gorgeous. You know, Aine, how about you pause for a moment?
Yes.
Well, show the fringe ones, the red and white and the black and tan, because I've had a couple questions about from people about the fringe earrings. So
okay. These are one of my favorites. This classic black and tan with the striped and the fringe earring. Don't be afraid to change the colors and make them a little holiday oriented. So what were the questions on the
Well,
fringe?
you know, people, what they have to understand is, and here we'll go to my overhead cam so that they can see. So here's a tan and black, and this is what it looks from the right side. But there is a wrong side for sure, you know, and the wrong side is not going to be all that pretty. So what I've done is when I cut open the fringe, I pull out the excess, and you're going to have that, you know, kind of short stitches just hanging out there. Do I have another fringe section that I can show you? Yeah, like right here. If I do it maybe on the side, do you see that, you know, some of that is raw edge in the back, and the pretty side is the front. So when you use these earrings, you want to use these on a kidney-shaped finding, meaning they will just hang in one direction. Unlike a, do I even have one here that is just a swivel hook? Oh my goodness, I don't even have one here that is just a swivel that just swings all around. Well, here's an empty one. It doesn't have one on it. No, that's not even it. You know, the fish hook. Do you have any on a fish hook?
Let me see. Yeah, I do. Yeah,
oh, here. Yeah, I do right here also. Okay. So these can swivel, you see, so they'll spin around whether, you know, you want that or not, but that's the difference. So if the backside is acceptable, go ahead and use the fish hook earring that swivels. And if they're just one-sided, like many of these are, then you use the kidney shape so that it doesn't move. It just hangs in one direction. But yeah, the fringe is definitely going to have a wrong side. I mean, that's just how it is, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And right. So I was looking at all my fringe earrings, and also, yes, on the little white, the little white snowman.
Right. And right. And when of course, you were going to stitch these on water soluble stabilizer, and then we're going to rinse it away. And because it's fringe, it has a tendency to glob together, right? Lack of a better word. All those little threads are going to gather in kind of stiffly because of the water soluble stabilizer. So once it's rinsed, I place it on a paper towel to dry it, and then I take a soft brush, like a toothbrush, and I brush the fringe while it's wet.
Yeah.
And that way it it separates really nicely. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do too. And so, and I'll take a little soft toothbrush and brush that out. And even maybe give that fringe a little bit of an extra rinse.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that stabilizer is out of it, and then brush it that away.
Right. Absolutely. Nice.
Yes.
The earrings are so fun. I love the earrings.
They are. So I'm going back to camera and see if I think this one, yes, on the back of this one, hard to see now. White is not a good color. And so on some of these, I'll lift this one up. So there you see, yes, you can see the short fringe on that, and so that's the front.
Yes, it has a wrong side. Right.
Yeah.
And to get them to, spread it out, you need to brush it while it's wet so that they separate.
Yes, exactly.
But one thing that you and I both love about the embroidered jewelry is the freedom to stitch it in any color you want.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I love this, and great segue into, I'm a garment sewer. I've grown up as a garment sewer and do a lot of sewing jackets and coats and things. And so I found this silk chiffon, and it's very drapey, and I thought it was perfect. I made it into a kind of a really flowy jacket, very loose fitting. But what earrings do you wear with it? It's got a great color palette. I didn't want to wear just, plain silver earrings. So I go into Eileen's collection, and I find a design collection. You call them the Moroccan ones. Perfect design to match that. And I go to my thread rack, pick out the thread color palette, and now I've got beautiful earrings that perfectly match that jacket.
Love that. That's adorable.
Can't wait to wear those.
Looks so classy on, really.
Yes. So you get these lace jewelry earrings and go into your closet and pick out those ones where you just want a nice set of earrings that match. It makes us really feel coordinated and put together. And in fact, and I talk about coordinating and put together, Eileen, in your collection, you've got bracelets that match earrings. And in this one, I sewed this out with Kingstar Metallic in the top and in the bobbin. And yes, it is just amazing. I brought out the holiday season and put red and green hot fixed crystals. And you even put an extender in that grouping in case they don't fit. And to attach it, it is so easy with these magnetic jewelry clasps to just attach it. Because a lot of times when I have to put my bracelet on, you almost have to be a contortionist to try to get that around. And so these are so easily put on.
Very nice.
Great. And I know you've got some, you've also got great samples of earrings that you were showing.
Yeah, sure. We could. So here I have, here, I'll pull this aside so that you get a cleaner look. Here I have paired a embroidered leaf that I stitched in the Kingstar Gold with a suede feather that, you can purchase these already made. If you have a scanner, a digital cutter, you most certainly can make your own. It's kind of a fringed leaf, but I just purchased it. And then once it's stitched out, I layer the two together, and then using the Kingstar thread, I just straight stitch right down the center, as you can see, right down the middle. And, two of them. Now, these make really big earrings, and maybe they're too big for some of you. You can resize these earrings and make them a bit smaller. This is the same earring that Aine used to duplicate the colors in her scarf, which are just beautiful. And I call this the Moroccan style design. It's one of my favorites. Here is it in gold and silver. I just think it's so delicate. And, you know, if you do resize it, if you want to make it quite small, I would remove these French knots that stitch first, because as they get smaller, they're just going to be too many stitches bunched up in one area. So, and then you could use beads there if you wanted. Another one, this medallion style. Oh, I love this. And look, here are the French knots extend off the edge, kind of making a really attractive edge. And you could stitch these in any color that you want at all to match your garment. And of course, these are just stunning. Now, this time I've paired this with a post earring, and I just, you know, put a crystal on the post, or if you have a true gemstone, you could do that. And then you insert that post into the eyelet and then use the stopper on the back to secure it in place. I did add crystals. Now I can't see that because I'm not 29 anymore. Oh, well, we'll do that later. Then I added crystals to that mesh area. I love that. Just so, and now these are quite simple. These are just, you know, a way to add a little bit of color, especially if you're matching a garment. And very simple. So lightweight. They're so lightweight. That's the beauty of the whole thing. And yet big impact if you want it, or small. And here's a really pretty bracelet. 3 repeats of that kind of spider web. It's kind of an organic looking shape. And then we pair that on the magnetic clasp. Now that magnetic clasp comes with the hardware kit that is sold separately from the collection. That may be something that you're interested in doing. And here on these earrings, I have paired that with opals that have diamonds around it. I'm sure they're not real diamonds, but anyway, it's very pretty, right? And again, that's a post. As you can see, it's just a straight post and punctured through that opening in the eyelet. And again, I've added crystals to the post here. Oh, they're just so fun. I just love these. And they're kind of addictive, right, Aine?
Oh my gosh. I was sewing these right and left. I had 2 or 3 hoops ready to go on both machines and just sewing them right out because they're addictive. They are just,
and you know, you definitely get a pair in a 4x4 hoop. And actually these little fringe, the black and tan that we've been talking about, I fit 4 in a hoop. And the collection itself has singles of all the earrings, and then it has a folder that has all the pairs of earrings, and they have been color sorted so that all of the tan will stitch first, or, you know, will be one color in both the right and the left earring, and the same with the black, so that you're not having to rethread the machine 4 times or advance through the design. We've already done that work for you.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. And that's my classic recipe. I did a 4x4 hoop with 2 layers of the sew and wash. Yep. And I put 4 earrings in there and they fit just perfectly. And especially the paired that are color sorted, I just repeated them right on the machine. Yeah. And then sewed them right out.
Right. Very nice. Well, your samples are always to die for, Aine.
Oh, thank you, Eileen.
Yeah. What else are you working on these days?
Well, let's see. I am working on, gosh, there are a couple of things that I've been working on earlier this summer that I was working on, a coat that I am trying to finish, but also the next stipple design that I'm going to work on is it's the flower and the medallion one. And I've got some gorgeous batiks that I'm going to sew that one up in.
Oh, that's great. That's just really great. Yeah. So much fun. You know, we're going to do quilting with your embroidery machine next. Candy Bray just piped in. She says she's waiting. She got the December door. I don't know if she already got it, if it was already published or not, but share with your friends and let them know that we're just about to reveal the December door. We're going to take a look at the Weightless quilter. And Aine, maybe you'd like to hang out with us while we do that. Would you like to do that?
Oh, I would love to. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
And do we have one more sneak peek of the December door before we... before we show the design. I know, isn't it fun? Isn't it fun?
Just that little peek, because I saw the earlier peek and I thought, that kind of looks like Santa's workshop at the North Pole. But now I'm thinking, is that a little gingerbread house?
Yeah. Well, you know, not everybody celebrates Christmas, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So it's a winter theme. So, okay, let's take a look at, you know, interestingly enough, Donna Brashinger just asked, can I use print and stick target papers for edge-to-edge quilting in a 9.5 by 14 hoop? That's exactly what we're going to do right now. A 9.5 by 14 hoop, and I'm going to use a print and stick target paper.
What a great segue.
Yes, it was a good segue. Thank you so much, Donna. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, when you quilt with your embroidery machine, you must remember, or you must understand that your design, I mean, your machine was designed to hold fabric that fills that sewing field, however spacious that may be. Like on the top of the line Brother Baby Lock, that's 10.5 by 16 inches. That's pretty big, but it is not a queen size quilt, right? So your number one goal when you are quilting, well, there's lots of goals, so I don't know if that's number one, but you want to be able to maintain and hold, manage, control the bulk of the quilt. And there's really only one way to do that in my mind, and that's with the weightless quilter. So let's go ahead and take a look. You can see the weightless quilter is over here. It is holding up my quilt, and it is just flex poles, right? And it has a floor bars that allow me to put it all around my machine. But these poles are flexible. They bend a little bit. The skinny ones bend more than the thicker ones. And you get 8 poles. And the reason why you get 8 poles is because I don't know how big your quilt's going to be. And I also don't know how heavy it's going to be. So you get 4 thicker poles and 4 thinner poles. And you place it on the floor around your machine. It goes up in minutes. You don't need any tools. But you need to partner it with a monster hoop, because the monster hoop is what's going to hold the quilt taut in the sewing field, while the weightless quilter allows, let's see what's happening here. Okay, here, we'll just let that stitch. So you can watch the weightless quilter move. It's literally moving the quilt with the pantograph. So as the needle travels around the hoop in the sewing field, it is holding it. It's just like you would do that. You were trying to embroider on a suitcase or some crazy thing like that. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. You would hold that suitcase here while the needle's stitched. Well, the weightless quilter does the same thing. It's just holding that quilt and swaying with the movement of the quilt as it stitches. So, truth be told, I don't have a needle in there, nor do I have thread. And I've tricked my machine to think that I just want to stitch forever. And because this is a hoop along, it's not a sew along. But I have printed my embroidery design on print and stick target template paper, which is a tacky and printable material. It comes with a protective piece of paper behind it when I put it through my printer and print my embroidery design, my quilting design. And then I remove that protective paper, and then this will literally stick to the fabric. So when I go to reposition the fabric for the next hooping, this is when I use it. So we'll do that. We'll go ahead and trick the machine, make it think we are stopping. And I will actually go back to 0 so that it goes to the center of the hoop. Raise the presser foot. And, you know, in a perfect world, I would have my embroidery design. I would focus on placing that template on the quilt so that it is aligning the quilting design with the previously stitched design. And since I've already stitched this area, it's time for me to advance the quilt. So I just lift that top frame and hang it over the head of the machine. And then, you know, I would have my template in the next position. So I would be focusing on that over here. And I would just center the needle over that template, drop that frame back in place. And I can feel that it's aligned with my machine, with the bottom frame. I can pull that fabric a little bit, make sure it's nice and taut. The last two things I do, first is I run my hand here to make sure that this is not caught underneath. And then I peel back that template and I just store it over there. Now, I don't have a hoop guard in place, and I should have a hoop guard in place. And about 75 feet away from me, there are, several thousand hoop guards. And in this room, there is one, and I can't find it. So forgive me. But my hoop guard would go right here. And then we stitch. I would be, and then I can just ignore it. I can walk away from the machine and allow it to stitch its design. I'm going to see if I can locate that hoop guard, because it really would be handy to show you where it goes. And someday, if we ever get out of COVID, we'll be able to have another human being in this room who could actually help. But that's not going to happen right now. So, okay, no hoop guard. Let's see what kind of questions. What size is that magnetic hoop on my demo? That is the 9.5 by 14. Yep. And Heather, you say you don't have any space around your sewing machine. Well, I understand that, but I'm in a very tight corner. And at home, I have my weightless quilter and my sewing machine against a wall. And those poles just kind of, they sway. They do my job. You don't really need that big of a footprint. You really don't need that big of a footprint. Let's see. Is it true if you drop your magnetic hoop, it is no longer good to use? No, that's not true at all. In fact, no, it's not. And you have a tall koala cabinet table with a drop leaf. Will the weightless quilter stand fit the height and width and move freely? So if you just bear with me 1 second, I'm going to bring up some slides that will show you some different layouts for the weightless quilter. That could be really helpful. So let me just pull up those slides. It'll take me a minute. And yes, I know our friends at OML Embroidery is hosting. Oh, Sam, maybe take off PowerPoint for a moment while I dig through this, please. Thank you. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Okay, there we go. So on a small table, these are, kind of rough illustrations, so if you'll forgive me. So the floor bar is those blue bars, and they measure 32 inches in length, and their height, I think, is 1 inch, 3/4 of an inch. I have that measurement coming. Those white squares are the floor brackets that connect the bars together. So this is a small table. This is mimicking what you are seeing in my studio right now. That's what I'm showing. So the next illustration is if you have a bigger table and your machine is in the center, it's not at the edge of the table. So now I would slide my floor bar underneath of my table and behind the table. And on a koala, then most likely you would surround the koala cabinet with the footprint of the weightless quilter. So those floor bars would go outside of your cabinet, and the cross section of that floor bar is 3/4 of an inch in height. So if your koala cabinet is on casters, then it would fit underneath, but you'd have to check that for sure. So yeah, I know, I think that's the last one. Oh, and then it is also, in fact, I invented the weightless quilter for free motion, for sit-down free motion, because, if you're like me, you go to those great quilt shows, right? And you watch these fabulously talented women and men free motion quilt, gigantic quilts and they're free motion. And they are struggling with that quilt. They have all kinds of, they have it wrapped around their shoulder, they have it laid on their lap, but really they're struggling and they're focusing on a tiny little area because they move that quilt to fill in those feathers and those stipples in just small areas. And for years, I would be like, wow, there's got to be a better way than wrestling with that quilt while you're focusing on that precision stitching. So, I that's why I invented it. And then quickly, we were selling it to free motion quilters, and all of you folks said, can you use this with an embroidery machine? So definitely. Okay, so Heather, no problem. I don't want to argue with you about your no space. I'm just telling you, these are the different options, and really that's for everyone's information, because, there are so many different sewing room setups. And Barb Torrey, you've been trying to call. We have 3 people answering phones here, so sometimes they're talking to other people. So I apologize for that. And we do ship to Australia for sure. Is the print and stick paper big enough for those bigger hoops? The print and stick paper is in 8.5 by 11 sheets, and our software allows you to tile. It would print. If you have a really big design, it would print that in 2 or 4 pages. And because it's an adhesive paper, it's easy to just, stick them together. Yes. And Patsy, you want to know, do we still have the shorty? We do not have the shorty anymore. We have discontinued that use. The weightless quilter has been more popular, so that's where we are continuing to promote that product. So we're just about at 4 o'clock. Aine, have you played with the weightless quilter?
Oh, I have. I love it. Not only for quilting with the embroidery machine, but again, I also do a lot of home decks. So I made big cabana curtains, and I made big shower curtains and draperies. And there is nothing like the weightless quilter to hold the weight of, try sewing 2 55-inch wide panels together, or 3, and that works perfectly. That works great.
Yeah, our friend Becky Thompson over at Power Tools and Thread, she used it for garments, like wedding dress or something in that fashion, because white. Oh my gosh, you don't want to get that dirty. It's so hard to keep that clean while you're sewing, and it's so important. And I love the weightless quilter for binding, because that's the last big job of a quilt, is to finish with the binding. And oh man, you just can zoom through. You have to rotate it 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
And I love the way you always say it's like having 2 or 3 of your girlfriends over there holding your object for you, holding your quilt for you.
That's right. Like that. It's awesome. I just really love it. Well, I'm going to turn it off because it's almost time. Well, it is time to do the December door.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so let's go take a look.
For this one, I've got to get a close look at this.
Okay. Oh, I have don't switch me over yet. I got the wrong PowerPoint up. my Sam. I have to say a very special thank you to Sam Solomon, who has been our creative director here for over 20 years. And he is responsible for all the beautiful graphics that you're seeing today and the videos and so forth. So, I have to give him a round of applause, because I'll tell you, you don't know what it's like working with me. I am last minute Lil, and he puts up with that, and God bless him. I'm very grateful to have him and his talents work with us. So, and Vicki Watson, you have been here for hours, but it is 5 o'clock and you have a class now. Well, we said we were going to do it at 4 o'clock Central Time, 5 o'clock Eastern, if that's where you are. So here we are. And here is our December door. It is a gingerbread house, just as many of you guessed. The icing most certainly gave it away. And I had a lot of fun digitizing this and stitching it. So let's take a look at the process. You're going to hoop your cutaway stabilizer and lay a piece of batting in place. It will stitch the outline with notches right and left, 2 sets of notches, and they are designating the area that you'll fill with sky fabric and also the gingerbread house and the snow at the lower body. So the first thing after you trim off that batting is lay the sky fabric, and I opted for a night sky. And then trim it away, add the gingerbread. We're going to add top to bottom and trim that away after it stitches the tack down. And you'll notice at the bottom, you kind of trim that, curved area for the snow, and then lay your snow in place and then trim that. The fun begins next when it's a lot of white stitching. And I did try to do the color sequences as efficient as possible, but you will, it wasn't possible to do all the white in one run because it has to be layered correctly. So we do the door. Now there's no applique beyond those 3 pieces of fabric. It's all satins or fills. So it will stitch the icing and the gumballs on the roof and the foreground. Now you can omit the gumballs on the roof. And if you do, you save yourself 10,000 stitches. It was tempting, I'm telling you. But anyway, they're super cute. And then you will stitch the details on the candy canes. There's one left and right, the peppermint at the top, and also those final gumballs in the foreground. You'll add your tabs just like you have been doing. And then you will also add the back, right sides together, stitch all the way around, turn through the opening, press and hang. Now, I will tell you, I added some baker's twine to my final one. So let me go get that for you so you can see. I thought about incorporating it into the actual embroidery, but I thought, it might be better to just do it like this. So I added this baker's twine by couching over it and just right above that roof line, and also around the door. Oh, I just thought it added a nice little touch. One more last thing. Isn't that fun? So you don't have to do that for sure. You don't have to do that. It looks just as good without, but I like that extra touch. So let's see. The door frames are available. I think they're available on our websites, also on our website, although someone earlier said it's not there. So we will check that. And I hope that you will post your dime doors. After you stitch it, take a photograph of it and post it on Facebook and tag it with dime doors, hashtag dime doors, so that we can find it and we can celebrate your creation in upcoming broadcasts. Mm-hmm. This Thursday, we will be going live again, 1:00 on Thursday, like we do every week. And we have a super exciting new product to introduce at that time. I've been working on this for a while, and it's really very exciting. You will get special pricing. It's not on today's website, but you will get it then. And we will also, if anybody has already done a door, we'd love to see it. That's a little short notice, I know. And our friend Sue Brown over at OML Embroidery is hosting a sew-along on the dime door this Saturday. So go check her website, OML Embroidery, and you can find out what time she's doing that on Saturday. And then hopefully the following week, we will see lots of dime doors. And the dime door, the December dime door should be available on our website right now. It was scheduled to post at 4 p.m. Central Time. So you should be able to download it. I just want you to know that all these dime doors, this is number 12. There are 12 of these, and they will stay up until New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2021, and then they're gone. And we have a whole new thing on 2021. So, and we will introduce that the first week of January, not New Year's Eve. So we're going to exhale, I think, on New Year's Eve. And so the website says it's out of stock. It could very well be out of stock. We don't manufacture these frames, and our vendor they pretty big demand. We're not the only ones who create pretty embroidery designs for that frame. So I apologize if it's out. Next year, we're using a different style of frame that will be exclusive to dime. So we'll be able to keep that in stock a lot, do a better job of that. So we're super excited. So my team says it hasn't been added yet, but any minute now. I know they said they would do it at 4:00. So they've been working feverishly behind the scenes, keeping the website and everything up to date. And Sam, you've gotten, my Sam Solomon, people said, thank you so much. Beautiful job on what you've done. So Sam, thank you for all your help. I couldn't have done it without you today. And Aine, thank you, darling. So let's bring you back up so we can give you a proper farewell. Have to give you a round of applause, right?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me as a guest. I just love it.
Oh, well, thank you for bringing up the end. We most certainly saved, some of the best stuff for the end, right? The glitzy stuff. People love the glitzy stuff. So, okay. Well, thank you, everyone. And thank you for joining us today. It was really a pleasure. If you missed any of it, watch the replay, and you can take advantage of this sale until Thursday. Bye for now.